lucky for me, 3 events are in Hawaii. There, but there's a lot of guys that don't even have events where they're from, so they're constantly traveling. And traveling is awesome. In Africa, it's amazing. I never thought that it could take me to the places it has.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Ballito as we come back down to assess the conditions for the world's best to see if they will be competing. And the word is that we are going to be on in just a few minutes to finish the round of 24. No loser round, starting off with 3 talented Goofyfoots, Jadson Andre, Marlon Lipke, and Damian Hobgood will be the first heat of the morning. We had a couple of delays this morning just to assess the conditions. It's still looking pretty small, but like what we remember from yesterday, we had a major highlight reel go down to set up some of the heats in the round of 16. Davey Cathles, Felipe Toledo, Tori Meister, and Christian Kimmerson were the favorites on yesterday's action. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from day 3 of competition. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Ballito. Great look back at the highlights from day 3 of competition as we welcome you to another exciting day. Joe Trappell alongside local boy Giggs Selliers for the call. Giggs, we waited a little bit for the official call today, but it looks like the officials want to at least run those last 4 heats of the no-loser round.
Yeah, Joe, just, conditions here on the northern coast of KwaZulu-Natal. We've had those high tides all peppered through the mornings, starting, they're moving sequentially through the time calendar. And the head judge has just allowed that tide to sag out a little bit. Reports of a fresh little pulse of swell to maybe come in on the incoming tide. They're going to want to try and maximize it, give the boys a consistent platform. It's been that way for 3 days already, so they want to keep that momentum.
So on deck coming up in the first heat will be Jadson Andre, Marlon Lipke, Damian Hobgood, all former C-tiers. Jadson Andre currently on the WCT, which is meaning that he surfs on the World Championship Tour in the top 34 in the world. As we look at the country breakdown, we obviously know Jadson representing Brazil. They've been the dominant nation in this event. But then Australia, with their rise in the last couple of rounds, they've actually matched them with the remaining surfers left in the draw. Brazil with 7 guys left. Australia featuring 7 guys as well, as we'll move into the elimination format the round after this one, Giggs.
Yeah, absolutely. What you're seeing here is experience and talent trying to poke its way through the remaining surface here in the draw. Joe, I'm looking forward to this heat, all goofy foot lineup as well, just to kick off day 4.
Yeah, really fun little peaks popping up out front. We saw a couple of great airs once again in the free surf, as that was the message sent to the athletes yesterday that it was the return of the big punts. Single maneuver sections were on offer, and we had a guy named Jack Freestone who put together 4 aerials in his heat, full rotation punts, also an alley-oop to finish. He was landing everything that he was going for yesterday, Giggs.
Yeah, absolutely. He did give us a beautiful schooling in the air, and I think a lot of the other Torrey Master as well, Joe, was consistently in the air as well. So that's where we know where the points are on offer.
As we see the conditions right out front, the horn has sounded, and we have 30-minute heats scored on your top 2. No priority at the start, and they'll try to establish position. Surfer in red is Jadson Andre. White, Marlon Lipke. Damian Hobgood wearing the yellow, the seasoned veteran, who's had some great success in South Africa, one of the rare goofy foots to make it into the final series at Jeffreys Bay in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's always that discussion when that comes around next week, the natural footer, goofy footer discussion playoff. We'll do that all of next week, I'm sure. But the one thing with Hobgood, and I've been noticing he's very smart on his wave selection, Joe. He really does pick out the plums. Not a big wave count per heat, but really picking out the berries.
Always interesting when you look at surfers around the world on the veterans that can really master a lineup easily with the shifts in the tide, the shifts in the swell. They always seem to know where to sit and adapt to that lineup. You can have all the talent in the world on the face with all the tricks in the book, but if you can't catch the right waves in a heat, you're not going to be making it through to win titles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, is that a topic of discussion we can call the Geordie Smith name into, because if anything, I mean, he blew out a massive 9.2 aerial. We were speaking about aerials earlier. But it was the rest of his wave selection that let him down. So absolutely vital part of your equipment, so to speak, is
Very
your wave
true.
selection.
That game plan to pick off the right wave. So far, we're scoreless at the start. It's always just been about positioning. Paddling the hardest out there is Jadson Andre from Natal City in Brazil. He'll take off late to get this one started. Fading really hard to set up some open face. Nice first turn off the top. Backside whip on the end section. Looks like he had a bit of control, and we'll see if the judges thought that was complete as he rode out of that one. Giggs?
Yeah, well, I think Jadson just shifting, letting the clutch out, getting something moving on his scorecard. We don't want to see the guys get into the back part of the heats. It is still a little consistent out there, if I can be critical of the ocean. There are little lulls that the boys will have to work through. So snagging that ride early on, we'll see how we come up with the replay now, the Drift Innovative replay. Here we go, Jadson. It was a little sketchy on the way down that face as well for him, Joe. So I'm not sure the judges will be, overly impressed, but it is wave 1, and it's getting his momentum moving.
Well, Jadson admitted that in his opening round heat, it was a pretty stressful performance for himself. He only had about a 2-point ride halfway through. He said everything felt off. His board felt off, his rhythm felt off, and he felt like he was forcing the issue. So back in the round at 48, He was able to find the rhythm again. He was just happy to feel like his boards felt great again. Sometimes you have those days where you just feel a little off, and Jadson said he was very lucky to make it into the round of 48 with the waves that he had ridden in that one.
Yeah, listen, when a surfer's that humble and that they can often click into a good luck run. Here we go, Damien Hobgood, who very seldom relies on luck and more just about just great decisions. Hobgood opening up wave one here. You can see how methodical he is, Joe, straight through to the inside. Textbook surfing, nails it for his opener.
Such a refreshing style and approach from Damien Hobgood, who became extra world famous back in 2004 when he beat Andy Irons over in Fiji. He's dominated the CT scene and now in a really cool transfer position in 2014. He still has such an amazing seed, so he can get into all the primes that he wants. And we've just gotten the message, too, that there's a green alert, a go for the Big Wave World Tour to get their first event underway over in Peru. Damien's here, but if he's able to get to a Big Wave World Tour event later on this season, he's committed to do that as well.
Yeah, right. Well, the boys are heading to Pico Alto, so the ASP will be covering that tomorrow, July 4th, your Independence Day. Joe, here we go. Let's have a look at this replay. Now, we're speaking about how clean and methodical Hobgood is. Beautiful rail work, just cracking away, series of maneuvers, and just a nice little climb over that rooftop end section there as well. Like I say, if there was a dictionary of surfing, you could kind of use the Hobgoods as a reference for most stuff.
I like that call, Giggs. They're in such similar styles. I think CJ and Damien have talked about how crazy it is to watch each other surf because they surf so similar. There's lots of twins around the world that surf, like the Gudauskas brothers, Dane and Pat, but they're goofy and regular, so they surf totally different. As we watch the replay from Jadson Andre.
Well, this is the replay of wave 2 for Jadson. Gets out into the flats. It's a throwaway score of around a 1 or a 1.5. He did open on a 4.83, Joe, so that's setting a bit of momentum for the Brazilian in red, who you did mention was kind of struggling to get his momentum, but I'm thinking at some stage he could click. He's won a 6-star event down here in the Durban area a few seasons back. He's got what it takes to take out the World Tour wins, as we know. So all eyes on Andre, but Hobgood, there we go. Dictionary surfing. 6 points to start.
And a few goofy foots in this heat. Marlon Lipke is the only surfer we haven't seen take a wave. We saw how selective he was, Giggs, in the round of 48. He waited till the buzzer. He had 30 seconds on the clock, took off on a wave, belted 3 big turns in the pocket, and upset Kai Otten and took his spot to make it this far. As we see Damien Hobgood check out a wave and kick out. Down the line, it is Marlon Lipke.
Well, here's Lipke. He's held on for wave 1. Kind of also just trying to get it moving. He's used a smaller inside wave. It's found its way onto the inside bank. Let's have a little look at, that's Hobgood sniffing out a third option already. So 1 score on the card for Hobgood is 6, 2 throwaways. Jadson Andre with his 4.83, and we'll wait for Marlon Lipke's opening score.
Now Jadson off the bottom. Nice little whip in the pocket. Clean backside motion onto the second blast. Little inside closeout section. Surprises Andre. And he's down. Started with a 4.83. Just needed a 1.18 to take Damien's spot in the lead with now 23.5 on the clock. We'll go to the drift replay and just see what damage was done on the last of Marlon Lipke.
Yeah, well, here we go. Marlon opening up his account. Judges holding out on their scores just yet. He finds a link to the inside pocket, does get a vertical hack. It's not complete. I can't say that's going to be the strongest of the openings if we compare the first rides of all 3 surfers. Here we go. Andre on the replay. Jadson through to the inside, also incomplete. So, yep, 22 minutes remaining, Joe. Lots of time for the boys, but what I do like is their work rate. They're not going to sit out long patches. They want to keep looking for bowls on the inside. And obviously those ramps are there for the airs. The judges are looking for that.
And we take a look at the priority disc up there, Giggs. First priority with Damien Hobgood, but down the line with some space is Jadson Andre, already into his second move. Backside float, but he can't hang on to it. So still, Jadson struggling to keep his momentum on his board. Still has a 4.83 and a 2.93 in the lead. Damien, though, with the best wave, a 6.0. And Lipke waiting to get his opener scored by the panel for the first 7 minutes of competition. As you can see it here, local time, it's about 11 in the morning here, local time. It's about 2 in the morning back in Los Angeles. We have people in Europe. It's about 11 in the morning as they're waking up and also in Sydney starting to get later in the evening, about 7 and 8 o'clock at night. If you guys are just joining us, we're going to try to run these first 4 heats of the back end of the round of 24 and see how far we get in the elimination round as we go to the replay gigs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that replay shows Jadson just kind of mistiming that exit off the lip there. Joe, uncharacteristically, we saw Jadson Andre a day or two ago running up the beach, switching out boards, not because of damage, just think of frustration. Maybe Jadson's just going through one of those equipment dryouts. People go through phases. I guess he could be in one of those. He's got all the talent. We know that.
That's true, Giggs. We've seen that happen to some of the best surfers in the world, where they have all the technology with shaping machines, with dialing in their equipment to copying magic boards that they've had in the past. But it's the weird thing with a magic surfboard where you can't replicate it, even no matter how hard you try. And they are sometimes very few and far between.
Hey, man, that magic surfboard discussion, we could keep it going for hours. But the one thing I do think is that when you get your magic board, even go back to the temperature of the day. Like stuff like that. There's got to be things like that play out for magic boards. Here we go. Hobgood again. Let's have a look at this, the way he puts this together here, Joe. This is the clinical, the encyclopedia of surfing. How to put it together on the back end. This is his opener. It was worth 6. It is the highest score of the heat so far, people. And with copybook surfing like that, I don't like to call it boring. I like to call it calculated and crisp.
Smart surfing from Damien Hobgood, and you kind of mentioned they kind of have this great formula on how to read waves, and Damien and CJ would have Camp Hobgood in the past and kind of pick a series of Groms from the United States, take them to Costa Rica sometimes and work out their kinks in their amateur level and tell them their secrets as veterans on how to make a closeout finish look solid to the panel. And I remember CJ was breaking down his finishing turn about hitting it before you actually thought you needed to hit the end section. But they're able to break down all those years of experience, pass it down to these young kids. And I think Damien and CJ admitted just talking about that with these kids actually helped them as well, as they were competing so well on the WCT at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that I always think about when I see the Hobgood, they just don't look a day older than when they started the tour.
Such grommets at heart, complete frothers. They still spend so much time in the lineup, and right now it's Damien in the water in yellow, and second, trying to chase Jadson Andre. Damien needs a 1.76 to advance on. Lipke now on the board. The panel gives him a 4.17, so he's still in third. He's representing Portugal, needs a 3.6. When you look at Portugal as a surfing nation, they came into this event with some contenders, and they still have 3 surfers left in the draw. We got Marlon, Tiago Perez, and also Frederico Moraes still remaining.
Hasn't Moraes impressed all the way through? I mean, you saw him even feature in the highlights package there as we opened up the broadcast today. Solid surfing from Team Europe.
Yeah, they've been absolutely dominating. They don't come in with the numbers in the round of 96 like Australia and Brazil and the other surfing nations, but they've had a few, and they keep making it through their heats. We lost Nick Von Rupp the other day, but he's such a super talent. He's probably looking forward to the next event on the Prime Series, which is actually back in California at the U.S. Open of Surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. These boys have got to do the grind. Jadson, is Jadson heading for Jeffries? I'm sure he is. So, the boys are making good of their time here in Ballito. You can see Jadson Andre on screen there. He is holding a 4.83, trying to drop a low score of a 2.93. He's got plenty of time available. 18 minutes odd remaining, Joe. And, it's day 4. It's another beautiful day on offer in Ballito. I mean, a great job that Mr. Price do putting this event together, and in conjunction with the Quadacuza City Council. It's a great stop on the calendar.
Oh, it's one of the favorites for all these guys on tour. One event with amazing history going back to the early 60s, as we see Jadson taking off and kicking out quickly. Only has a 2.93 as a low score. But you can see Jadson feeling really comfortable. He likes coming to South Africa. It's a tradition for him this time of the year, as he remembers back to his first couple of moments when he'd actually meet up with local South Africans like Greg Emsley, and they'd go down to Jeffreys Bay weeks early just to iron out Jadson's backhand, which has now turned into his lethal weapon on tour.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, with the little hiatus that Jadson had, he's back on the main platform. I think at some stage it's just going to click for him again. He's got it all. He's got the package, to get great results.
And the best part of Jadson, he has the passion. He never gives up until he hears the horn sound. You can kind of ride with his emotion during a heat. You can see how he's feeling moment by moment. At the time being, he is in the lead. It's just a 4.83. In a week where we've had some massive numbers. You think about the tour stops we've had so far this year, the judges don't give out perfect 10s all the time. We've only had a couple this season. When you go back to Kelly Slater at Rio de Janeiro, you also look back to John at Bells. Meanwhile, Jadson taking a look, Giggs.
Here we go. Andre in motion for you on the backhand. One of the three goofy footers in this heat, and he's found himself an inside junction here. It's going to blow him clean off. Tide is heading for the bottom now. I mean, you mentioned local time there, just after 11 o'clock. We've got a low tide about an hour and 15 minutes out from now, Joe. And then I think we should see a slight increase in swell and consistency as the tide turns. Right now, that's all that is irrelevant for Jadson Andre with another throwaway score. We might get a little look at the replay of it, but he does come unstuck on that low tide sandbar.
So Jadson just trying to work out the kinks on the finishing move. He's fallen his last 3 waves. His low score still a 2.93. As we're almost at the halfway mark here in heat number 5 of the no loser round of 24. Giggs, we have a nice temperature here this time of year. It is still winter time, but it's really feels comfortable to surf in a short arm full, even trunks for some of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we look at the replay, there's that junction on the sandbar that we spoke about. But yes, the water's warm. The water's actually uncharacteristically warm, Joe. It's around 22 to 23 degrees centigrade. You'll be able to convert that into the Fahrenheits for the US viewers. But the point to note is that to me, it's actually a touch warmer than normal, and this part of the coast gets to experience a thing called the sardine run, which is multitudes of these pilchard type little fish that come up from Antarctica. But the water is so warm this year, we're not seeing any of that activity. Plus side of that is we see no other predator activity either. So it's a warm, safe ocean at the moment.
That's a good breakdown, Giggs. I think everyone's feeling pretty comfortable knowing that message right now. And anytime you're in warm water, you're going to be pretty happy anytime you're surfing around the world. In the warm part of South Africa, we see a paddler out front. This is Jadson Andre, looking to better his 2.93 after a few tries. A smaller wave. It's got a bit of backwash on it, and he has to kick out.
Yeah, a little trampoline exit there from Jadson Andre. The reason why I brought that up, Joe, is because people cannot often disassociate thinking about the shark activity and the surfing activity in South Africa. And it's kind of... it's a bit of a stigma, actually.
Well, it's a good conversation to get into. I think as soon as international surfers come down here, the conversations about shark stories come up immediately with all the locals asking when the last time they saw one in a lineup. And it's a huge topic, a big theme around the world when you go to sharky climates. We've seen what's happened, overseas at St. Lou and Reunion Island and how that's kind of changed the whole surfing culture. But here it's amazing when you meet the locals that have been surfing out here their whole life and how comfortable they are in the ocean. And true watermen can really understand that whole system that's out in this lineup and feel comfortable surfing perfect waves all day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a gloomy, threatening discussion, this at all. It's just, there are times when activity is a little more noticed, and then you just be smart about it. So, but generally, I mean, South Africa, we spoke about it as a surfing destination, world-class waves on offer. If you do come surfing, I'd say between April and August, you're going to have the time of your life. And I mean, how about the exchange rate for these guys as well? I mean,
you feel pretty comfortable when you're going to get some nice food up the street. As we check out Jadson Andre, nice clean snap off the top. Little fading cut back into the pocket. Inside track setting up for Jadson. He's able to provide a finishing move after quite a few attempts. Wave number 8 will help his campaign in the lead, and he'll be dropping the 2.93.
Well, Joe, we spoke about him finally getting some momentum, and here we go. This is probably the single best maneuver of the heat right there. Just perfect wrapping around. Lots of power. The application of the power all the way through on the rail, and just smashes up into the lip area with lots of control. That's the Jadson Andre we've been talking about. That's the one we'll see. He'll be posting a backup score for himself right now. It'll join his 4.83. He will cement his lead for now, but remember Hobgood, just a 6 and nothing else really to talk about. And Lipke, only one ride on the scorecard, so early days still.
Well, a similar approach for Marlon Lipke, just to sit out the back and wait for waves that he thinks will be effective. Remember, we still have the priority system underway. The 4-man priority was the headline news this season that was introduced at Sakurama, the first prime event on the ASP World Tour, where Wiggly Dantas beat Keanu Ah-Sing in the final. There's a lot of big meetings before they introduced such a huge thing to pro surfing. When you really think about the priority system that we have now in 2014, you're realizing that it's probably going to be one of the biggest decisions in pro surfing since moving from top 3 waves to top 2 waves, and it's going to have a huge impact on the rest of the year.
Absolutely significant stuff. And let's just go through, we're having a look at Jadson, who's reaching out and up. It's not a replay of his cracker wave that we've just seen. Judge is still waiting to work on that wave 8. We've just seen wave 9. And going back to what you said there, I'm almost astounded at how they haven't done this 3 to 4-man priority allocation so many years back. Because, the man-on-man has been using it, and then there's been this big rift in almost the way the guys have to work the system, heat management, everything. And so this really just narrows the gap.
Oh, it's so true.
And brings the emphasis onto performance even in the 4-man, 3-man arenas.
Yeah, it's a good call, Giggs. I think there's some surfers that retired from the tour that are thinking of coming back with this system now, with Damien Hobgood getting a big arc off the top. He's incomplete. He's waited a while for that wave, still counting his 6.0, which is still the best of the heat, still needing a 1.76 to catch Jadson, but Jadson's still waiting for his last ride to be scored, so all those numbers will jump up a bit. With 10:30 to go, let's go back to the drift replay, see what happened to Lipke here.
Yeah, Lipke wave 2. Nice crack up there, Joe. Goes around a lot of section there, and then it just falls apart on the inside. So after all of that time investment for Lipke and White, I don't think you'd be very happy with that wave number 2.
Yeah, an interesting decision for Marlon, who's usually picking off every decent peak so far up into this point in the round of 24. He had a 4.17 start. And now he'll have a 2-range score. Big numbers are now dropping in for Jadson Andre. We'll have a new best wave of the heat so far once this factor in. 3 6.5s from the panel, 1 6.0, and waiting for the 5th judge. It's a 6.43. Jadson to first. Damien Hobgood now needs a 5.27 for the win, and Marlon Lipke needs a 7.09. Once again, remember, it's a no-loser round. First place, though, gets to skip straight into the round of 16. And second and third could possibly be surfing fairly quick if the officials want to keep running this round.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to run these 4 and then have a review of it. Oh, nice little skate across the top of that lip there from Lipke. It's still a 1 maneuver contribution for wave 3 from the man in white. Here we go. Hobgood back on his bicycle, so to speak, getting the job done. A little bit of a fader there, Joe, but it is going to edge out a 0.87 as a counting score. I'm not sure it's going to reach out for a 5.27, which Hobgood needs now to attack the lead of Jadson Andre in red.
So down to the 9-minute mark, 3 goofy footers battling it out. When you look at the goofy versus regular in this event, you're always making comparisons. Back in the day, a couple of years ago when it was absolutely pumping, it was just all about big right-hand tubes. We've seen a couple of rare lefts on the smaller conditions. We still have 8 goofy foots left in the draw. Here's one of them, Marlon on the replay.
Well, let's go through a couple of replays here. You see how nicely he went up and over that lip. It just had the one maneuver though. Hobgood out the back, gets some rhythm going, starts working the rails, inside-outside rail combinations. It's just a bit of a fader. So a little scurry of activity there between both yellow and white. Judges will be dropping scores for that. I can't see any change to the heat situation. We are 30-minute heats. We're in that last 1/3 now. 8 minutes remaining, Joe. A little bit of pressure squeezing now for Lipke and Hobgood.
Well, here goes Marlon Lipke, setting this one up off the bottom, attacking it off the lip. Off the bottom again, timing the lip for a backside float, and he's in a bit of trouble. Falling on the finish once again. He's in second, but needs a 7.09 for the win. So even though Damien Hobgood's in third, he needs less of a score, 5.27, to take out Jadson Andre at this point.
Yeah, judges still owe us a score here, Joe, for Damien's previous ride. So we'll let that drop in. it's going to relieve him still in third. 383 is back up to second. His requirements now still that 527, Joe. So Jadson Andre in charge of this heat with a 643 and a 483. It's a lowly score for a heat leader, a 483. We'll watch out for more from the Brazilian.
What's always interesting, Gigs, when you check out the first heat of any day of competition in a waiting period, because we have a brand new venue, basically, with the change of the swell and the conditions. They watch the free surf for a while, and you can see that big numbers aren't flying through the screen like we saw yesterday. Back to Marlin's last wave.
Yes, what I do like on that replay, and I might even ask for a slow-mo of that wave again, is the way he came off the lip, and then the wave had bottomed out, but he completely extended himself out and managed to shock absorb that whole turn out of the lip. That was technically very, very good. In fact, all of Lipke's opening turns have technically been superb, but possible wave selection is not allowing his waves to open up for second and third maneuvers.
So let's take another look for you, Gigs, and we'll really slow it down on the start.
Well, here we go. This is that's crystal clear off the bottom. Now look at that, how he manages to come out of the lip. It's a fair drop all the way down that face. He does crack it real good, and here's that second maneuver, and that's the letdown part of the story that we were discussing. So he's finding himself in third. He needs a 7.09 to go to the lead, Joe. It's going to be uphill with 6 minutes remaining now for Lipke. Jadson Andre leads. Hobgood second, requiring the 5.27. Lipke third, looking for the 7.09.
Well, one thing we can take from this opening performance, Gigs, is that the closeout section is not easy at this point to manufacture a solid backside snap to finish. All three of these guys have been struggling with it, and we remember all three of these guys are some of the best surfers in the whole world, and they're looking to really pick up the pace to really separate themselves. The highest scores are in the 6 range. Jadson has one of them, a 6.43. Damien has a 6.0, the wave he started with. Marlin in third needs a 7.09 to take this one out with now 5:30 remaining. The ocean's looking fairly calm, and we'll take a look at the priority cubes one more time because Jadson and Damien are sitting very close to each other. Back in the day, in these heats, used to be able to sit on each other, hassle for waves. Now you take turns. If someone else has priority, you have to sit back and let them kind of take off on their waves. It's a much fairer game now. But like we were talking about before, there's been a lot of guys that retired even 2-3 years ago. They're almost considering the idea of making a comeback with this new system.
Yeah, absolutely. I was having a chat to Ian Buchanan, who is the priority call allocator. He's managing those cubes. He's making the calls. So it's not even up to the spotter or the head judge. He alone is doing that roll up there. And just looking at the rotation of rides we've seen, I can almost, without looking at the cubes, Jadson Andre surely got to be now in first priority. So it's going to play a part in this tail end of the heat. And as you said, I'm not really sure why all of us didn't just kind of come up with this a few years back.
Well, I think they always have meetings, and they're thinking of formulas, and there's been some big changes in surfing, so they want to make sure that every system is right. Right now you can see first priority with Jadson Andre, second priority with Damien Hobgood, and third priority is with Marlin Lipke with 4:10 on the clock. So all these guys now, I think Hobgood in some of the meetings was kind of mentioning, after about a year of this new system, they'll work out the kinks to find strategies to use this into their game plan. Since it's so new, it's not as clear-cut for every surfer. Some of them surfing in this system for the first time, but maybe down at the end of the 2014, you'll see the guys that are using these tactics to their advantage with this new system that we have underway. Here goes Jadson.
Well, here we are, using up that first priority. Uncomplicated selection of that wave. He didn't even have to press for the inside. He could just sit on the button where he wanted to and disappearing behind the curtain there. So, using that priority, good wave selection. Again, we spoke about just the last part of the wave as it crashes down on that sandbar. It's wreaked havoc for boys landing floaters, doing off-the-lip floats, airs, and well, there he sort of pinched the tube on Jadson as well.
Well, check out the drift replay. Jadson has a beautiful bottom turn to set up that vertical foam climb. Right here, he opts for the tube. Anytime you're pulling it, it's going to feel good, but he's not going to get much for not making it on that inside corner. Still counting his 6.43 he dropped before with an 11.26 total in first. It's been a scrappy heat from the get-go. All these waves aren't perfect at the moment. There's some great sections, but now the talent was going to come to who can really set up a wave from start to finish and break that 6-point range. Right now, we have Marlin in position.
Well, here we go. Lipke underway on his 5th ride of the heat. And here he's, oh, well, you can see it's sucking out on that sandbar there as we drain out on the last part of the low tide. Joe, it is a mixed bag out there, but there are opportunities. Now, the one thing I've noticed is Hobgood's waves have been runners. He's picked out waves that have just found a little bit of form and coned their way along the bank, as opposed to Andre and Lipke, who've been going hell for leather on those end sections with mixed results.
Interesting take there, Giggs, with now 2 minutes on the clock, and we'll see how this will affect the end of the heat right now. Marlon needs a 7.09. Damien needs a 5.27. If Jadson keeps this lead, he'll move straight into the round of 16. When you look at all 3 of these goofy footers in the heat, all of them have been on the CT at some stage in the past. When you see the draw with the remaining 24 surfers left, we have 7 current WCT surfers left. And if you add the former WCT talent, there's another 5 to that. So absolute domination from the top tier of our athletes from around the world. Damien representing USA, Marlon from Portugal, and Jadson Andre representing Brazil. 3 amazing surfing countries with a lot of different waves on offer. You can kind of see their technique and styles to see who their heroes were growing up, and more of a local taste. Gigs, when you were a Grom growing up in Durban, who were some of the heroes that you were looking up to in the surf?
Well, I'm an e-boarder, so I don't know if we can really get involved in that discussion. But I mean, listen, we're all part of a surfing family. I mean, anyone that's really flying the flag at the top end of the performance scale is going to have an influence on the upcoming surfers. So here we go. Let's have a look at Andre before we get into the rest of the history discussion. And Jadson, another strong junction at the end, another incomplete.
I'm interested on those split decisions when you see that cross peak kind of give you 2 options. Are you going to take the inside low road or jump on the high line and finish? And it's a quick decision Jadson had to make there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's been a discussion point all week as well, as that wave does fracture up on the inside there. Do you go low road, high road? We'll have a look at that on the replay in a minute. Here we go. This is an all-important wave for Lipke down in 3rd here, Joe. He goes for the crack. That's very nice technical surfing. Second one, and how's this one? It's unfolding for him. Wow. A little bit of a grenade blast at the end there. Incomplete. Yeah, well.
But that was the moment Marlon was definitely looking for. 2 hammers out the back. Backside surfing was looking really solid for Marlon Lipke. He did lose the finish, but it was one of the better waves that gave him 2 lip line sections to work with. When you reflect back to Jadson 6.43 and you compare that to Marlon had much more of a wall. He had a great speed and flow. If you could have nailed the finish, you'd almost be certain to give him that nod right into the lead, Giggs.
Man, I think that you're 100% right in your assessment there, Joe. I think if that 3rd maneuver had been stitched up and done, it would have been by far the single best contributing score of the heat.
And the judges might still consider that being a fair number to put him into the lead. When you think Jadson had a 6.43, Marlon only needed a 7.09. That's not even a whole point better, as they'll be looking back at those replays in just a moment. We'll take one more look at the last of Damien Hobgood he had down the beach.
Yeah, well, it turns out being an inconsequential score. Hobgood, though, methodical in his approach, goes to the air. He comes unstuck. So a 3-pointer doesn't appear in his top 2. He ends up owning a 3.83 as one of his counting rides. Here we go. This is the one that's going to determine what the judges say. 2 big hits, as you said. Oh, the 3rd one, almost there. So great breakdown on the replay there of Marlon Lipke. Judges still waiting to award the score for wave 6 for the German-born Lipke in white. We're just hanging on. We're not even seeing any activity on the judges' scorecard right there. Maybe we'll even go for a replay, but certainly we'll go to an ad break as we wait for that score. All right, so we're holding on. We won't go to ad break, and I'll tell you why we are. All right, welcome back to round 3, heat number 6. We're in day 4 of the Mr Price Pro here at Ballito, the Prime event. Cracker all goofy footer heat to open up the activities. Now we've got an all-natural foot affair. Adam Melling, Tom Whitaker, Jeremy Flores. Come on, how about that for a stacked-up heat to get your viewing going here? We're going to send Joe down to do a catch-up with Jadson Andre, winner of that last heat. That'll take a minute or two, so stick with us as we get going with surfing action here. Opening ride, I can see it on the broad picture there for one of our surfers. We are waiting for cameras and replays. Here we go. Opening climb for Adam Melling. Nice, strong turn. I saw him doing a little warm-up earlier. He's back in South Africa. He's off injury. He's looking strong, pedigreed, and very, very confident surfing from Adam Melling. And I can't help but say that the conditions and the bowls and the walls on offer there for him, I'm going to see some good stuff from Adam Melling. So judges will work on that opening score for Adam. Let's have a look at some more replays here. Flores from behind the peak gets his account going, cracks that release. Second one, his wave slightly smaller and running, and well, flaring it out there, Jeremy Flores. Nice surfing on the forehand for Melling and Flores to get going. So he is up against Tom Whitaker in white. No rides at this stage for Tommy Witz, who tells me he's relocated from Sydney to the Gold Coast, to Currumbin. So better lifestyle and warmer water for Tommy Witz, who's back in the system here. We've just been chatting, Joe and I, about the priority cube system and how the allocations are working. It is getting the attention of some of our previous campaigners, and they're back, and Tommy Witz is one of those who's happy to have a crack at the 4-man system with the new allocation priority. Melling in screen for wave number 2. Strong bottom turn, wave number 2 on screen for you. You can see how the wave has got a couple sections in it. Good management there as Adam Melling from Lennox Heads links the 2 sections, gets through that, well, almost a flattish little dead part, and then into the second bowl. So judges will drop scores now for opening rides and second rides for Adam Melling, and an opening for Flores in yellow. 3.33 is what Adam Melling in the red picks out on wave 1. Judges will work on a wave 2 for Adam Melling. We will look for a replay of that shortly. And I can also see scores dropping in on the cards. Let's have a look at the replay here. This is wave 2. Adam Melling, he's getting great acceleration out of the board. He's obviously one of his favorites. I've seen him on the same board now, repeating a couple of days of surfing on that. So he's obviously got some good equipment under his feet. Feeling comfortable. Nice replay. We'll even ask for a slow-mo of that because there's some great power there, and we all like seeing Adam Melling in action. So maybe we get a slow-mo replay of Adam Melling. That score is going to check in around the, well, it's just sub 5 points. It's a 4.83. Let's have a look at this 4.83 slowly. We're breaking it down for you at home. Off the bottom, off the top, a little Z slash there for him. Now you see he just kind of gets that concave feeding again, and that there is a great crack. And then he just kind of has to just tail it out, shifts all the weight onto the back foot. Nice replay there, showing the shift in weight detail. Front foot, back foot from Adam Melling, a 4.83, folks. So 2 waves on the cards for Adam Melling in red. Jeremy Flores has opened up with a 6.5. So maybe the production team can just wind back about 4 minutes or so and have a look at that opener of Jeremy Flores, a 6.5. Strongest score of the heat so far. Melling a 4.83 and a 3.33. No rides at this stage for Tommy Witz. Early days, 25.5 minutes remaining. And first priority now, well, does belong to Tommy Witz. No rides at this stage for him. All 3 surfers on screen in position. It is your man in white that is holding first priority. Slight little ripple on the ocean surface. Here we go. Flores, opening wave. Great body language in the pocket there for Flores. You could see how he shifts his weight almost right off the board, back on. It's a testimony to his athleticism. And then crystal clear through to the inside. You can see how he drops his weight right over the board, compressing all the way down, absorbing the shock. We've been speaking about those end sections and how the guys have been coming adrift on those closeouts. Jeremy Flores, a 6.5. Beautiful surfing from the Frenchman. And we did say Tommy Witts in white waiting on the outside. Little overview here on the Ballito lineup. It's a series of beach coves. The geography of this place, it's very similar to you guys on the east coast of Australia. Lots of coves and rocks. They secure these sandbars in position, and then it's just a matter of feeding some good swell onto it with a low tide, and you're set for action. Great lineup here at Ballito. We're about 50 kilometers north, about a half an hour ride on the National Freeway north of Durban, the old home of the Mr Price Pro back in 2008, going back to the first event in 2000. And of course, for those of you who are into the history part of it, the successor event, the momentum, came from the Gunston 500. So as the legislation changed on tobacco advertising worldwide, Mr. Price grabbed the banner of the most prestigious and most historical surfing event in South Africa. And here we are in its new home in Ballito, the 5th year. We started here in 2009. Who can forget those great performances all the way through, especially 2011, thundering waves here at Ballito for the Mr. Price Pro. It's a warm mercury down on the beach there now. You can see it is winter. Everyone's taken the advantage of getting out of the colder inland lying areas down to the beach, enjoying the professional surfing. On screen, Adam Melling, wave 3. Here we go. Melling, good snap. Lots of wind up and lots of release. Second one. Now he'll move through to that end junction. It's, well, there you go. You see there is just a little warble. The boys are coming unstuck and uncharacteristically more often than not. So we want to see how the boys wrap that up. That's wave 3 for Adam Melling. So let's have a look at that on replay again. Here we go for the drift replay. Melling down the beach, a little further to the south. He's done that great crack. Now a second one. And then through to the inside. And we spoke about coming unstuck, and he does. Joining me in the booth is Scotty Turnbull. Scott, how are things out on the beach there? Looking like another festive day on day 4 here.
Yeah, festive and fantastic gigs. Great to be here, buddy. Sorry I'm a bit late. I was just having a little surf down the road a little bit.
Oh, don't feel bad. I'll get you back one day. So Adam Melling, Scott, while you were checking into the booth there with me, we saw that replay. Judges liked the opening snaps, a 6-0 for Adam Melling. It's just under the equivalent point comparison of Jeremy Flores' 6.5 to open.
Yeah, in great conditions, gigs. We weren't sure if we were going to run today with the swell diminishing a little bit. We've got fantastic conditions on offer, really peaky. That wind has chopped it up a little bit, but it seems to be really offering scoring potential for the guys.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, we had that high tide to work through this morning. Pratamo, the head judge, and contest director Colin Fitch just made that call, hold out, local time 10:30. Had a little review it. Strong rumours of the south coast having some new swell fresh up from the East London area. So that's kind of tracked through the night with a bit of southerly pulse in it. So I'm expecting as the tide turns here, Scott, I think we could see a little pulse of waves. In about an hour's time, we'll see a little shift in momentum. Right now, though, it's a fair playing platform. There are some ramps and some bowls out there for the boys. And, well, we're getting some 6.5s and 6s out of them. The boys are at work.
Yeah, certainly very contestable out there. I certainly had some fun. I'm not sure I was earning myself any 6.5s while I was out there, but we might head on down to, I think, Joey DePell's down with the winner of the last heat, Jadson Andre.
Downstairs with Jadson Andre, the winner of the first heat of the day. And Jadson, smaller conditions today. I talked to you the other day, and you said your first heat was a little bit challenging. How'd you feel in that last effort?
Oh, yeah, that one was like a really hard hit as well because we didn't really find any solid wave, any like solid scores, and we just tried to get like 6 and 5. So I just was thinking before my hit, like I just gonna try to catch as much as wave as I can. So if I got like 15 wave, maybe 2 are gonna be like 6 or 5. So that's what happened, and I'm so stoked to make sure that route, and it's already a good result. But I definitely want to do much better.
Well, at the very end of that heat, Marlon Lipke had a chance to turn it. He got a really good wave and almost got the score. From your angle, did you see that wave go down?
Oh, yes, there was like 20 seconds to go, and I didn't really see the whole wave, but I knew it was going to be like a real opportunity for him. but I knew he was needed like kind of like a 7 or something because he had a low 4 and I had like a high 4 and a high 6. So I didn't really know what score he needs, but I knew that wave was like a opportunity. And his last hit, he did pretty much the same one. He was need a 7. He got like 7 point something. So I was like, no, please, Maradona, not again.
Well, now you're into the round of 16. You get to skip around from that performance. What's your best result you've had in Mr. Price Pro in the past?
My best result right here was last year. I got 5th. So I made
Luck in the next round.
Thank you, boys. Thanks.
Giggs, Scott, back to you.
Yeah, Joe. So some nasty. What I liked about Joe's questions there, Scott, was that what you got out of Jadson Andre was, and I'm specifically talking to an audience here that actually hasn't been through the mental process of pulling on a jersey, getting involved in what it takes mentally to be involved out in the heat. He openly speaks there of how they are constantly aware of what the other guy needs. So I like that part. You know, for those folks who haven't done competitive surfing, you're constantly watching what the other guys are doing. You're constantly aware of what their requirements are, and then of course the judges are relaying the scores. The beach commentary's giving you your totals, and then you can kind of work with all those numbers. So it's a chess game out there. Jadson's an old player at it. And, yeah, I just think a lot of people don't get a real look under the lid at what's going on in the guys' brains out there sometimes.
Yeah, and Jadson's fantastic for that. And I guess surfing, as an extent to that, Gigs, there's not many other sports like that where you can wait until after the buzzer to find out the result. So, yeah, fantastic work for Jadson to get through.
Yeah,
Good night, everyone.
hi guys, welcome to day 4 of the Mr. Price Pro. Scott Turnbull from, where are you from, son? Victoria.
Victoria, Australia.
There we go. I'm from Durban, I'm Giggs, and I'm watching Jeremy Flores, wave 2, and Scott, you see how he cracks that one, just skids out on it, but it is a second counter at this stage, and here we go for Melling.
A little bit of a small one, drives off the bottom, nice little hook in the pocket there for Melling, just waiting for this wave to set up, a nice little blast tail turn there, as the wave just sort of dies out on him. So we've got two WCT campaigners here and an ex-World Tour campaigner Gig. So, you expect that sort of surfing that we saw from Jeremy. He knows that he's not going to get the job done with 4s and 5s, so he's got to go for absolute broke there, as we saw him do. We might check that out in this slow-mo here. All
right, well, let's have a look at Melling. He's cracking out on wave 4 here, and it's a similar approach to his previous ride. Got the 2 maneuvers, nice whipping there of that whitewater section, and then it kind of just does the fizzle. So a couple of waves that Hobgood caught in the previous heat also just ran with a bit of wall and then drained out. And then we've seen some waves with strong walls and just thundering and clapping down on the sandbar. So wave selection is proving to be a vital part in these heats here this morning, Scott.
Yeah, and really interesting, Gigs. You mentioned that we've got just under half the heat, over half the heat to remaining, and not a single score or wave ridden by Tommy Whitaker. We can see the priority disc there, and he does have first priority, so he's going to be really selective for the waves that he wants to catch. So he's got that first priority. He gets to take any wave he wants. With Jeremy Flores available to take the second one. So we see Tommy just sitting out the back there, patiently waiting for that wave.
Yeah, you're saying there that white cube with the number 1 and the white facing out is first priority to Tommy Witz, and geez, used that the liberty of that. We're nearly checking into the halfway mark here, Scott.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how this plays out. The other guys have got a couple of 6s under the belt, so he's going to hope for something above that in the range of a 7 to an 8, or he's obviously going to hope for higher than that. But 7 to 8 is probably realistically what he's aiming for here.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we see Adam Melling taking off with this one, just loses his footing a little bit here. Still doesn't deter him from smacking that lip, and unfortunately the wave runs off on him there. One thing I noticed about Adam on that last wave, Gigs, was you can just tell he's grown up on point breaks. That just smooth wraparound cutback style, which is in stark contrast to some of the Brazilians you see who are just looking down the line for some of those punts, which have ultimately paid off for them with some high scoring rides there. So interesting to see with those clean conditions today how the guys approach it. There's not going to be as many punts as we see Jeremy Flores.
Well, here we go. Flores up and riding his third ride of this heat. That's a nice cracking turn on the rail, goes the high road, gets the junction, and does, well, technically ride it out. And that will replace a low-scoring 1.07. It'll come in alongside his open over 6.5. And, well, Flores probably very well may be in the lead after that score drops there, Scott. You were mentioning there about Melling and his grooming from the Lennox Head Point Break paddock. Well, testament to that, he's been a former finalist at Jeffreys Bay. That's not to be sneezed at. And, just a slightly different approach, powerful, consistent flow from Melling. Let's have a look at Flores here.
So really just waits this wave to stand up, just jams that section, really hooks it off the lip. That was perfect surfing there by Jeremy. Just hits that end section there and rides out of it through that sort of
technically
bumpy.
very sound approach there from Flores. And I think it's going to check in as a top order score for the heat, particularly that first wrapping turn there. Maybe our boys in the studio will put together a slow-mo of that opening turn of the last of yellow, Jeremy Flores, because it certainly has been recognized by the judges. I'm watching scores in the top order, 7 5s and 8s peppering now. Let's have a look at the way he approaches this. Now he winds up that bottom turn, and Scott, this is where he just absolutely canes it.
Just waited for that section. He was going to go for it earlier, but then waited for that section to really open up for him and offer him the opportunity.
And there's the high road, low road choice. Joe and I have been talking about that a bit this morning there, Scott.
Right.
Goes the high one. And, puts it together for a 7.17. He is your heat leader.
Yeah, so really interesting times here. He's got the lead there with a 7.17 and a 6.5, so 13.67 for the CT campaigner. Interestingly, Tommy Whitaker still doesn't have a wave to his belt. We saw him have a half paddle earlier. He's going to be in two minds about what to do now. Does he move to the inside, or does he continue to wait? It's almost, it can be a good thing, the priority, but can also be a curse gig sometimes. Yeah,
actually. Well, beautiful beach scenes here down at Ballito. Scott, you were talking about the time investment, the priority that's being held by Tommy Witz in the white singlet. Now, for him to have invested, 17 minutes and not have got to his feet yet, he really does have to crack something way better than a 7 to bring himself into the mix here, because the time is not on his side. He'll unlock an opening score. Then he's going to have to get back out and work. And if you're looking at the work rate, Melling already on 5 waves, Flores only 3, but they've got some kind of momentum. They're building scores.
Yeah, you're spot on, Gigs. Now, if there is anyone who's well placed to be able to deal with this situation, is Tommy Whitaker. He's a team manager by day, is one of his other jobs. So no doubt he would have coached a lot of the other Oakley athletes on what to do in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Maddie Banting on screen, relaxing in the athlete area. Heat 7 coming up next. Adrian Buchan, David DeCarmo, and Jonathan Gonzalez. So stay with us, and then we'll move to Jack Freestone, Mark Dunphy, and Maddie Wilkinson. So we've got some surfing coming our audience's way.
Yeah, we certainly do, and non-elimination too, Gigs. So the guys can really go for broke, and it'll be interesting to see if Jeremy starts to do that. He's got to build on that 6.5, so he can really start laying this down. Adam Melling likewise is looking for a 7.67, so you can see that difference. Jeremy just pushed it a little bit more, as we might see a little opens up his shoulders. You can see him puffing out his cheeks there and putting everything in, driving through that back foot. Just gets over that high road you mentioned, Gigs, and really jams that section. Just controls it. We saw a lot of surfers struggle to come to grips with that oncoming wave there and getting blown off, but Jeremy really, takes the full brunt of that impact in his knees and controls it beautifully. So the judge is liking that one.
Great camera work there, boys. And what I liked is back in the background, behind Flores' action, I could just see Adam Melling paddling and looking back over his shoulder at the spray flying. So great capturing of the action there. Flores floats, flies, and goes down for wave 4. It's an inconsequential score. Our heat leader holding the 717 and the 65, but he does have Melling pinned down into second, needing a 767. Well, Tommy Witz, could we get something out of you now? It's under 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, Tommy's got to go for broke. We see the difference in the scores. Adam Melling's, really crisp, technical surfing, but at this stage of the tournament, they've really got to push the envelope that little bit more. We saw that from Jeremy mixing it up, did a drop wallet in his first wave. Really critical wraparounds and lip hits in the sort of second waves for him. So he's going for broke and he's getting rewarded for it, and that's what you need to do, Giggs, to get to progress and skip that next round.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not really sure why Tommy Witz has got nothing under his belt yet. I mean, I watched him run through his heat yesterday. His surfing is solid and crisp. I mean, he's getting his results. He's found his way into round 3. He's still, obviously, with the non-elimination round, we're still going to see him again. I'm not really sure what's running through his computer right now, because he needs to press enter and play.
Yeah, and it's a complete stark contrast, Giggs. His last heat, he just got going quick, smart, under his the priority of his other competitors. He just got busy, got it done, and started building that house. And he's obviously taken a different approach today, seeing it's not as many scoring potential, so he's chosen to wait. But unfortunately, just hasn't found one of those peaks with enough wall or scoring potential as yet. But as I said, 8.5 minutes to go. He's got a bit of work, but it's certainly not beyond him.
Well, if I look at the grouping of scores for Flores, our heat leader, opened with a 6.5, then a little 1-point throwaway, then he found the 717 16 minutes later, and then a little 0.93 throwaway. So I do think that the special waves, there aren't a whole bunch of them. They are out there. I mean, obviously, we are getting our scores. And Melling with the 6 and the 5.53 is one of the counters. He's looking for the 767. So Melling particularly will be really focused on wave selection now in this back 8 minutes.
Have a look at the setup there. Fantastic down here at Willard's Beach at Kwarakuzu.
Yep, absolutely. If you've just logged on, it's welcome to day 4 of the Mr Price Pro here at Ballito. It's a coastal resort town about 50 kilometers north of Durban. We're on the east-facing coast of South Africa. Warm water. I'm not sure of the latitudes, but you guys can look it up. But fantastic surfing here. There you can see, the geography of this coast, very similar to the east coast of Australia as well. Little coves and beaches, sandbars with plenty opportunity. The difference, I do like to say this, there's nobody surfs here.
Yep.
We've got such a small surfing population, so many waves on offer. It's crazy how many good waves there are on the east coast of South Africa.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Giggs, there, the sandbank out the front is really well groomed. You can see the rocks over to the right there. Traditionally, the swell pushes from the right of screen. Correct me if I'm wrong. You are the local here. And so that's quite well groomed, and that sand is pushed in there. At the moment, we've got an easterly peaky swell, which is coming from the left, where you can see...
Yeah, this is like a little baby snapper in a way. I mean, when you get a south swell approaching, it's sweeping right to left on your screen, you're going to get some right-hand spinning barrels off that outside sandbar. There is another little south swell out there lurking right now. You can see the little sort of ripple lines of a remaining straight-on flat east swell. That's a leftover from what we used on day 1 and 2 of the Mr Price Pro. There is more surf coming in the rest of the window of the Mr Price Pro, but these banks do get absolutely world-class, Scott.
Yeah, and we saw that a couple of years ago, with some of the Hawaiians, John Florence comparing it to his homeland of Hawaii with some just incredible open gaping tubes, and those guys were ending up, 100 metres down the beach, which is, unheard of. I guess you compared it to Australia, Gigs. We don't get that on our east coast. We get these swells coming from either north or south, but, to travel that far down the beach is almost Point Break-esque, as we see a real significant wave coming through. Tommy Whittaker, critical part of the heat.
Well, here we go. Witz is invested 20-something minutes. He's up and riding, and you know what? It's a frightfully good wave if he holds it together. What? Well, that's up to the judges. I mean, that made for great visual viewing for us here in the booth. Certainly at home, we'll get the replay shortly. Tommy Witz finally gets underway on wave 1. Clean peak from way on the outside. Obviously, he might have been listening to what we were saying about the form of the waves on that sandbar. Does a good job of stitching it together.
That nice carve, so tight in the pocket. Just a quick in and out there. Not the best of wave choices from Gonzalez.
He would have wanted a little bit better for that one. He waited quite a long time. He got the first wave of the heat back around the 29-minute mark. Now waiting for another 15 minutes for that wave. So that'll lock in as his second scoring ride, but he's going to want something a little bit better than that one.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a tactical error there from Gonzalez. He did have priority. He needed probably like a high 6 to go and jump into the lead, but here we see this wave again. I love how tight he gets in there. Bang, he pulls it right back and then into the foam. Almost looked like he was going to set himself up for a last turn, but the wave just fading out on him.
And not a small fellow, Jonathan. He's quite long in stature, so doing really well to fit that turn, as you said, walking that really tight pocket. As we see the competitors area down there, really buffed out the competitors these days. None of this waiting on the cliff in the car with your mum deal. They've you can see Jeremy Flores down there. They've got the hot showers, they got the physios, they got the chiros to fix them up. So really fine-tuned athletes, the guys.
No, exactly. You can see surfing just getting more and more professional as we go on, and it's great to see. I was chatting to Joe about this the other day. As a lot of people look at surfing as a lifestyle, but it's being a lot more recognised as a sport. The money being thrown at some of these surfers nowadays is just ridiculous, and it's good to see. I'm really stoked to see that.
And across the board too. I mean, even with the women's world tours really come on. We saw them at Fiji in that last world tour event. Just taking it to those 8 to 10 foot waves, and a lot of them, some of them still probably need a bit more time out there. You could see some, mistiming some of the stuff, but for the most of them, they had meat covered. They were charging out there. So the women's tour, it's great to see that equality as well. I did notice Alyssa Quizon, one of the women's competitors. There's no competition over here, but she's over here supporting some of the surfers and taking in some of the local sites, which is great to see.
Yeah, she's here with her boyfriend Kai O'Belly. They started a little bit of a bromance, or a romance, should I say? They're not bros. They started a little romance a few years back. I was at the World Junior Champs in Burleigh Heads, and I guess
Kai won that one?
Yeah, Kai won that. He was crowned the world champion, and they kind of just hooked up and got together there. And I definitely took a little stab at both of them, teasing them about how their relationship was going. And but she's a bubby little girl, really cool little. A cool little chick, from the island of Hawaii. Kai obviously coming from Brazil. It's a different type of hookup, you wouldn't really expect to see that, but it's, obviously it's working for them.
Yeah, we're seeing more of them. Obviously similar interests, a challenge no doubt with the travel for the guys, but good on them. I actually gave Kai a bit of grief the other day. I said, that coach of yours, the little short one, she's certainly giving you some good advice. It's paying dividends for you, and he had a bit of a laugh. So.
That's classic.
See, Jonathan Gonzalez, he's going to look to improve on his 187 here, just waiting for the wave to stand up. Beautiful drive at the bottom again, just snaps off the top. Crossing over that back section, what's he going to do here? Yeah, the wave just not offering too much scoring potential. You'd see in his body language there, he wasn't sure what to do. Yeah,
his body language told the full story there. But Gonzalez, one of the oldest, well, I wouldn't say the oldest, but he's one of the guys I think I've seen on tour the longest out of anyone. I don't think he's ever cracked the WCT. He's been really close a number of times. Always been a top 30, top 40 surfer. But he's still at it, he's still pushing and pushing. And there you see, that's my girlfriend with, I don't know who that guy is.
I was just about to commend you on keeping your focus there, Wok.
Who's that dude? You go live surfing, by Bucking.
Beautiful in the pocket there. Drives off the bottom. Just real flow from turn to turn. And as I say, that commentator's curse just undid him. That's the one thing I love about Ace. He just goes from one turn and goes straight from one rail to the other. But unfortunately, that second into the third, he just lost a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like he almost had a bit of like a speed wobble. He almost had he had too much speed coming out of that second turn. But those first two turns with that flow, as you said, from rail straight onto rail, that's exactly what the servers want to see. I think if he had rode that one out, that probably would have been a 9-point ride for sure.
Yeah, it's that flow, that combination of turn that the judges are looking for. We see here, beautiful hook in the pocket, straight down the line again. Another one. Yeah, as you said, just hit a little wobble there. Maybe just tried to come up too quick, knew that wave was going to close out on that bank, but had a good crack at it nonetheless. So he's looking to improve on a 6.67. He is still in the lead with just over 11 minutes remaining. Jonathan Gonzalez, we're just waiting for those last scores of his to lock in, but he's looking for a 3.18. So not a big score for Jonathan.
Yeah, you could see Buchan trying to fit those three turns in as quick as possible. He obviously knows that the spaces are quite short out there, so you got to get those maneuvers quick as possible, especially for the goofy footers. They don't really have a tendency to look down the line at a wave. They have to go straight up to the bottom, straight to the top. So their eyes are facing the beach and then facing back at the ocean. So it's kind of that 1-2, 1-2, just like clockwork.
Yeah, so let's have a look at Ace again. Just put this in your textbooks, kids. Beautiful. Just throws, opens the shoulder up, throws his hips into it, looking down the line, projecting. Yeah, just
it looks like a little bit of a bump in the wave, I think.
You're really on that backhand. You got to drop that back knee, and perhaps he just dropped it a little bit too much and hit that bump. So coming unstuck, that's okay. Plenty of time for Ace Buchan. 10.5 minutes remaining here at the Mr Price Pro. We are in men's round 3, heat number 7. Who we got coming up after this? What?
We have the last round of the no loser round of 24. We have Jack Freestone, Michael Dunphy, and Matt Wilkinson, another loaded heat.
Right, so Matty Wilkinson was looking sharp yesterday. Michael Dunphy, I think he got done by Christian Kimmerson. He was just, it wasn't much any of the competitors could do in that heat. Just watching Christian Kimmerson just take to the air and spin at will. There wasn't much he could do in that one. So. Yeah,
Christian was going mad yesterday, some of those full rotations, and he made them look so easy when he landed too. I couldn't even dream. I couldn't even dream surfing what these guys do. I couldn't even do that in my mind. But Wilco's been surfing great. Jack Freestone had a great hit yesterday. He dropped the 9. Also loves to go to the air. So
yeah, well, he did about 3 yesterday.
Yeah, so I think next heat we might see a little bit of air game. Obviously, Wilco no stranger to going to the launch too.
Yeah, Wilco doesn't have a heap of great results under his belt this year. I don't think he did that well here at Mr Price Pro, so he'll be looking to capitalise. We see Jonathan Gonzalez looking to improve on a 2.2.
Wow.
Fantastic slashing opening turn. Nice little wrap around there. This is a better wave for him. Just sticks to that low road. The surfers are going to make that decision, low road or the high road on that turn. But that first turn, the judges are going to love that commitment and how critical that first turn was. So Jonathan Gonzalez, I'm going to go out on a limb here, Walk, and say he's going to replace that 2.2.
Yeah, for sure. Gonzalez definitely one of the better styles on tour.
Yeah, he really does. Canary Islands, I haven't been there myself, but predominantly reef breaks, I understand. So let's have a look at it again. Just jams that tail there, just manhandles it. Nice and smooth. He went straight in that second turn beautifully and, does his best with that last little small section as the wave runs out on him. So he'll be happy with that one. It'll be interesting to see what the judges think of that. They'll look back. Obviously, you got Ace Buchan on his backhand doing hooks in the pocket. Jonathan Gonzalez on his forehand. Different type of surfing.
Yeah, 2 total different types of surfing from these guys. Obviously, Adrian being the goofy footer and Jonathan the natural footer. But at the same time, they both surf top to bottom type of surfing. They're not really air guys, so you're expecting to see some really hard off the bottom on rail surfing from these guys. At the best, these guys are both at the best at it too.
Yeah, so Jonathan is 6.0 and 2.2. My screen, and as I said before, he needs a 3.18. But for those of you who are inept at your maths, that won't work. He's probably looking at something in the range of a 7. So let's have a look at it one more time.
I love that first gaff, and then just straight into it. As you said, rail to rail. No pumping in between turns. 1, 2, 3. We're just waiting for a score there. Obviously, the guys are obviously... I think that's Gonzalez again.
Yeah, it was nice and smooth, that first turn. It'll be interesting to see what happened just before we picked him up on screen there. So I think he's looking for a 7.48 from that last exchange, that last ride, Jonathan Gonzalez. So really smooth, really explosive from Jonathan. Again, we still haven't seen David DeCamo, so for those of you who have just tuned in, David did sustain an injury earlier on the heat. He's going to be okay, we think. So let's have a look at this one again.
Nice full S turn there, straight back into the pocket, and then that's the killer section right there. That's
the David DeCamo
the David DeCamo section. The nose section.
So we see Ace Buchan up and riding here. Look at him just wait for that wave to stand up for him.
Bang.
Lands that one beautifully. What's he going to do here? Is he going to third one in? Wanted to go for the little barrel. Instead just does a little float at the end
section. There we go. That was incredible surfing by Adrian. As you can see, when he paddled into it, he was almost fading the other way.
Yep.
He's setting himself out so he can use the most best part of the wave. Let's just have a look at this replay quickly here. Kind of fades back.
Just waits for the wave to do its thing. Doesn't force it. Jams that pocket. Probably spraying Jonathan on the way through. That one there, 12 o'clock. The judge is going to like that one. He wanted a little barrel. He thought about it and then just went for a little rock and roll backhand floater at the end. So Jonathan Gonzalez is second last to last wave. He got a 5.83 for that second last one. So he's still requiring a 7.47 as we see him up and riding again. What's he going to do here? He's going for the barrel.
Looking for the pit.
He comes out. He will need something else though.
Bang.
And unfortunately,
just not riding that one out.
So that's probably the first little barrel we've seen today, Wok. It wasn't a clean exit, but critical on that inside section. He's looking for that 7.47. His previous wave was a 2.13, so that one won't go into his top score as we near the 5-minute mark. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, he knows from the beginning. He's taking off straight for the barrel. There we go. Locked in the door. Comes out. Yeah, cleaner than I thought, actually.
A little bit of travel time in there as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges... I'm glad I'm not a judge on days like this. You've got backhand hooks in the pocket. You've got wraparounds. You've got, gaffs off the top. And then you've got barrels. I'm not sure how you determine what's more important. But the boys do it. They get on site and they say, righto, what is going to be more critical? What are we looking for today? Is it going to be airs? Are we going to have airs? Is it tubing? Do we score the tubes really high? So they'll have their scale, and we'll just sit back and wait for it, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. As we see scores dropping in for Ace Buchan, a 6.5, a 6.8. We see a 7.5, a high 7.5 there. Buchan trying to drop that 6.67. He has a pair of pocket sixes. Just looking on the screen here, David DeCarmo still has the best wave of the heat, and that was the first wave ridden of this whole heat right there.
Yeah, so we're just under the 5-minute mark. As you said, so Jonathan Gonzalez, not out of range. As you said, really smooth. He's obviously a seasoned campaigner. He knows what he has to do. He's not panicking. Interestingly, he started off, Wacky. He got that 6 at the beginning. He waited about 12, 13 minutes for that next wave and realised that wasn't going to offer his any scoring potential. So from there, he got busy. He's got a couple of twos and he's got that 5.83. So that looks like he's changed his strategy according to the conditions there.
Yeah, for sure.
I said to Giggs in the last one, sometimes that priority can almost be a curse. You're waiting for that good wave and you might wait too long. Whereas if you don't have that priority, you've almost got the liberty to go every wave. And some of the ones that might not look great can turn into scoring potential.
Yeah, for sure. You can definitely allow yourself to get inside your head, in moments like this. Especially, this is basically a man-on-man heat now. So it's Buchan versus Gonzalez. Gonzalez is going to have that priority, and he's going to think to himself, he needs that 8-point ride to jump to the lead. But what wave to take, and he could land up sitting for 10, 15 minutes, and the heat's gone.
So we see a paddle here. This is a priority right in effect there. So Ace Buchan taking off under the lip on that one. Backhand floater, beautiful. Is it going to offer anything else? Vertical section, just couldn't quite make it around that. So you saw that's probably the first time we almost saw that hassling there. Jonathan didn't have priority. He knew it, but he wanted to make sure that Ace went on it. So he tried to paddle and sell him.
Yeah, we're going to look at, we're going to take you for a replay of the first wave of the heat. This is David DeCarmo's first wave, that massive 7.17.
Wow, look how vertical that wave is.
Look at that spray off the back.
And this one here, nice and 12 o'clock, really nearly getting held up, but rides through that beautifully. Doesn't force it, keeps going. And then we thought he was going to go for a little barrel, but then hits this last critical end section and unfortunately comes unstuck on the David DeCarmo end section. Oh, no, this is the one he did make.
Yeah, that wave that he made. Now that last section he hit there, well, there we go, Buchan, bang!
Oh.
That was unbelievable.
12 o'clock.
Crack!
Oh, look at that.
2 massive turns. That's going to be a huge score. 100%.
Yeah, 6.8 he's looking to replace on that. So Buchan, with some really solid surfing. 6.67 he's thrown away, a 4.57. He's got a 6.8 and a 7. Let's have a look at that again. Wok, you like this one.
Wow, that was that tight. Here he comes. Watch how hard he comes off the bottom. Bang!
12 o'clock.
Look at that perfect fan of spray. Straight into the next one. Crack. Fins out the back. Comes out low. So much style.
Yeah, he didn't tag that last section. He blew it
No,
apart.
he hooked it.
Threw
He
everything
hooked it
into
proper.
So, yeah,
There we see it.
Straight away, judges very little deliberation. They're going to throw in a big score, 8.50. So the highest wave of this heat, an 8.50, backing up Ace Buchan's 7.0. So with just on 2 minutes remaining, Jonathan Gonzalez, first priority. He's got a bit of work to do now. He's just looking for a 9.5.
Yeah, for sure. Gonzalez been trying to chip away at that score, but he's just made it a lot harder now. Ace has.
Get your smartphones out, kids. Record this one. Have a look at textbook. 12 o'clock. Eyes a spot. Beautiful. Just throws that one up and hooks it. Puts his hand on the deck to maintain that control again. Places that bottom hand and just throws that back foot out beautifully, keeping a low center of gravity. And that's surfing. Then that's why he's on the world tour.
I won't lie. Those were 2 turns with the best backhand turns I've seen this whole contest so far. 100%.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So, yesterday we saw the airs getting the high scores. Today we're seeing really committed surfing. He had the flow from one turn to the other. Committed surfing, rail to rail. Real power. So, fantastic textbook surfing by Ace Buchan there. And a bit of work to do for Jonathan Gonzalez with just over a minute remaining. Looking for a 9.5. A real task for him. But he won't. He's not knocked out. He goes into, it looks like an elimination, man-on-man here, ladies and gentlemen at home, but it's not. David DeCarmo just out with an injury. He's going to be okay. He'll be back for the next round, I'd imagine. We'll go and find out, Wok. But Jonathan Gonzalez, he goes through the next round.
Yeah, incredible heat there by Ace. He looked like he just built and built. He saw that 6.60 and then a 6.8. then a 7, ending off with an 8.5. So we know Buck is no stranger to surfing heats, but he's a world tour campaigner, and he's just kind of teaching these QS guys. That's how he got there.
We saw a lot of top seeds fall earlier in the week, Wok. And sometimes those top seed guys who do compete at that world tour level struggle to adapt to the 3 and 4 man heats, and I guess the conditions that aren't. This isn't a long point break like Jeffreys or Bells or the Gold Coast. So there's not a whole host of beach breaks similar to this on the world tour. So you see some of them struggling to adapt, but Ace Buck and obviously really dealing with it as we come down to the 10-second mark. If you are sitting at home in the Durban Quatakuzu region, get on down here to Ballito Beach. It's a fantastic day's surfing still ahead. We do have at this stage one more heat in this round, but with scores with 8.5s and 7s going down, that wind hasn't come in. I wouldn't be surprised if we do keep going.
Yeah, things are happening. I was actually surprised. I had a feeling that they're going to have maybe a little bit of a lay day today, but the waves have still just been pumping. The weather's just got even better, and we're only on Thursday. So it's we've still got another 3 or 4 days of competition, and you guys must know that it's just going to get better and better.
Yeah, and there is some talk of swell on the way. So well done to the surfers in that last heat. Next heat up, we've got we'll check that out perhaps after we go to a bit of an ad break.
Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro. We're continuing with live action out front. Jack Freestone, big cut back to tail slide, falls on the finish as we continue on with the 3-man heats. Jack joins Mike Dunphy, Matt Wilkinson, 30 minutes on the clock. Joe Chappelle alongside local boy Warwick Wright for the call. As we break this one down, Jack Freestone, kind of the highlighted surfer in this heat, wearing the red jersey. Wilco on the CT, but also you have 2 world titles to Jack's name so far.
Yeah, for sure. Jack, no stranger to winning contests. He's made that leap from the juniors to the open division, quite comfortably. He's had some pretty big results last year, right, Joe?
That's right. He's really stepped up quick to the big leagues. Jack Freestone already dropping his first score at the early stages, a 3.83. He takes the lead. Mike Dunphy, Wilco, and it will now set up priority as we take another look at Jack's wave.
Yeah, I like this first opening carve. So much speed, and then whack, straight around. I'm kind of just losing a little bit there, going a bit flat, and then board almost flipping underneath him there. Here's live surfing.
Matt Wilkinson drifts the fins and controls it all the way back around. One more snap in the closeout section for Wilco, but he can't hang on. When you talk about tail drifts off the top, you're usually not expecting him to drift it that hard and still maintain progression with the wave.
Yeah, Matty throws that tail so far out the water. Not as much this one, but he has a replay, and then quickly just across the lip, bang, looks so smooth and effortless, and then that last in that big check, also kind of drifted the tail again, but coming unstuck in that, and that's that big shorey there almost.
So Matt Wilkinson's been spending a lot of time on this part of the world, came down from Mozambique, and now straight into this event, and he's going to back it up right into Jeffreys Bay to surf in the WCT. So it's going to be a big one for Matt Wilkinson to just gain some momentum. All he wanted to do was get that winning feeling again, Walk. How do you think he's looking so far for you?
Yeah, no, for sure. He's been looking insane so far this event. As you see that score coming in from Matt Wilkinson, almost looks like a 3s, 3.5s dropping. So nothing really of big magnitude on the scoreboard yet for these guys.
So a slow start to a smaller day of surf here at the Mr. Price Pro. Wilco with a 3.67, Jack with a 3.83. We'll wait for Dunphy to get started as he represents Virginia Beach, USA. He's obviously been traveling for a long time. It's fun when you see someone from a different sort of side of turf when you don't see a lot of surfers from Virginia Beach on the WCT. You saw West Lane back in the day. They've had the ECSC there for decades. But a lot of the focus on the East Coast has been the Florida guys like Kelly, the Hobgoods that really stepped up to the CT in a big way.
Yeah, for sure. You don't really see many kids nowadays from the East Coast. I know the Geiselmans are from there. Evan are doing a great job on tour so far. But yeah, the majority of the guys have all come from the West Coast. It's all Cali guys, all the guys from down San Diego way. But it's good to see. I haven't really watched much of Michael Dunphy before, but he's a really solid surfer. Short, stocky guy. When I seen videos of him, he looked like quite skinny, but I've seen him in real life, and he's got a bit of chunk about him, and he does some really insane carves with some sick style.
Yeah, a real solid person, Mike Dunphy. As we have 26 minutes on the clock. Wilco in second, Jack Freestone, the heat leader at the moment, standing by. We do have the winner of the last heat downstairs and in just a moment, we'll be preparing to talk as we transition to more waves out the back. A little peak coming through. This one's breaking right out in front. Not a whole lot of takers on every single wave walk because there's just a few guys in the lineup, a big transition going from 4 to 3. Eventually, we'll get to one-on-one heats when we get to the quarterfinals. Yeah,
for sure. It's going to get a little bit tricky now. The waves are a little bit more inconsistent, but I think these surfers are going to want to pick the right waves today. It's in such a crucial part of competition. You want to win this heat in order to advance straight to round of 16. Second and third, you do get another chance, but that's not really where you want to be. Here we see a quick paddle from. This looks like Dunphy.
Dunphy now taking a look as he drives off the bottom, hooks that first turn using the rail well, wrapping it all the way back around to the source, and Dunphy will punch out the inside corner. It's exactly what he was waiting for. Capitalize on a super fun right-hander, and he's probably going to take the lead here, Walk.
I'm in love with that first turn. I love how he just opens his arms like a full seagull, just spreads those wings and just puts it on the rail. Just bang, you see so much spray coming out. Here we go. See how he opens up? That is the money turn right there. Bang, again, straight into it. And then just a quick last check. Bang. Getting the fins out, also out the back.
So interesting day so far as we've just run a few heats early this morning. Jadson Andre took the first one against Marlon Lipke and Damian Hobgood to move on to the next one. Jeremy Flores was dominant once again, looking like he was in a great rhythm. We had an interesting heat in the last heat, Walk, with David DeCarmo getting some cuts to the inside of his cheek. That was tough for him to leave the lineup, and it turned into basically a one-on-one heat with Ace Buchan and Jonathan Gonzalez.
Yeah, man, that sucked for David DeCarmo. He started really, really strong. He had the highest heat wave total of the whole heat, from the get-go. Buchan came back with that 8.5 right at the end. But, each guy was kind of just starting on their counter, and it seemed just like David DeCarmo was just going from strength to strength. So a little bit unlucky there for him.
So a tough one for David DeCarmo, but if you guys saw that heat, don't worry. David DeCarmo is fine. He'll be surfing again later on in this event. Just a couple of cuts as he'll regroup for the next one. Back to the replay for Dunphy.
I love that open face carve. It's seriously been my favorite turn of the whole event. And then just that last check, getting the fins out, a little bit of spray out the back. No scores dropped yet for Dunphy. I think the judges will just keep on looking at that replay, but I think that first money turn, that's going to be the one that's going to get him those scores on the board.
And at the moment, I think Andy Van Zyl is ready down on the beach. Take it away, Andy.
I'm here with Ace Buchan, who's just won his previous heat. Ace, let's talk about your 8.5. The conditions have got pretty small. How hard is it to get the high-scoring waves out there?
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, there's plenty of little waves coming through, but that heat, we didn't have a whole lot of sets, so I was just trying to make the most of what came through.
And how have you changed your equipment? What boards are you riding in these smaller conditions?
I still got the same board I rode a few days ago. It's still really pockety out there, and the waves are actually, quite fun when they come through, pretty hollow, and my board feels good, and it's another beautiful day here, and the water's warm, so yeah, life's good.
Awesome. Well done, Ace, and nice to catch up with you again. And just to give the viewers at home an update on David, who was injured in the previous heat, on his second wave, he did hit his face with his board. He's got a small laceration. He's heading to the hospital now. He definitely wants to keep competing in the contest, and he should be okay.
Andy for the update, and we were just concerned with David DeCarmo if he's going to be able to come back. So that's confirmed. He should be able to surf, as that was a non-elimination round. So if you're going to have that happen to you, it's a good round to take that one down.
Yeah, for sure. He's really fortunate in that case. So we just hope David just gets better quickly, and we'll see him competing later.
Here goes a replay from Jack Freestone on his start. Had a little carve down to the bottom and a big whip on the inside section. He always pulls off an exciting finish, He'll lay low on every single turn that he throws off just to make sure that he rides out of it. That's the same in free surfs. He never lets any turn go.
Yeah, for sure. We saw his heat yesterday. He was just going for punt after punt after punt. If he made them or if he didn't, I think he got a 9 at about a couple ones, but the ones that he did make, he was dropping big scores.
That was one of the best heats Jack Freestone put together this season. Multiple airs, and he's up again, driving. He's got enough room to go for the punt. Full rotation alley-oop. He stomps it off the bottom, tags the lip. He has room for one more, and he'll seal the deal on the inside. Jack Freestone reliving some of the magic that he had in the last round.
Wow, that was incredible. Full rotation, nose up the front, straight coming down. Kind of looked like he caught it a little bit, but let's look here again. Yep, perfect rotation. And how these two turns, bang. Bang, are you kidding me? That's going to be a massive score.
Well, you always want to see variety. He was able to accomplish that. He was able to get progressive as he threw a full rotation alley-oop and then picked up his pace with flow by just picking it right back into a snap, following with the air. We'll slow us down just a little bit further.
Yeah, as he launched there, that perfect spot. Lands it so clean. His nose digs a little bit. But how did he get all that speed? Just to smash that turn again. And then comes around for another. So 3 big turns. The first one being the full rotation alley-oop. No scores have been dropped yet, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be in the excellent range.
So Jack Freestone starting to build on his momentum. He opened up with a 3.83. That'll be long gone. His wave before for the 2-turn combo was a 6.47. Now, Jack Freestone waiting for one more score. It's an 8.67 as Dunphy takes off. Walk.
He's going to go to the air. Oh, coming a little bit unstuck there. His board getting away from him. But yeah, Jack Freestone with that 8.67. Dunphy started off with 7.17 with those 3 nice carves that we saw.
Now Matt Wilkinson trying to get back into this heat. Snap to start off the top, a little more vertical on the end section, but he loses the handle. Started with a 3.67. That'll be his second scoring ride, but Matt Wilkinson is currently comboed for the win due to Jack's performance. An 8.67. Dunphy still in this one with his 7.17 start.
Yeah, for sure. That was the first air we've seen of the heat of Jack Freestone, so you must know he's going to go for a whole bunch more. We have a quick replay of that. Boing, so much pop. Lands it so clean. Water getting a little bit under his nose, slowing him down, but he picks up speed there. Bang. Coming off that section. That's pretty much impossible to do, eh, Joe?
Insane to watch Jack surf small waves, especially. He can do so much more than anyone else, it seems. He goes so fast, and he can use his air game to his advantage. But it's not just single explosive airs. He can land in transition. If he has more wave to use, he'll belt it. The other day, we had such an exciting day with the aerial movement coming back. All the surfers were saying how amazing it was to do those big airs. And I'm trying to think of a contest recently where we've seen so many radical airs done in one round. As Felipe Toledo is still down the beach doing interviews with local radio stations talking about his heat where he had the perfect 10 and the 9.83. Back to Jack now.
He's looking for the air again. There we go. Bang. Oh, coming a little bit unstuck, but you can see now he's just going to go. He's just going to want to build in those airs. Now, I'm pretty sure that every wave from now he's going to go for an aerial. He's got that 8.67 already. He's definitely want to throw away that 6.47. Dunphy is on his heels. Here he goes. Dunphy.
Setting this one up off the bottom. Michael Dunphy draws out the bottom turn. Clean carve off the top. He'll hop over that first section, go down the line, and he slips right when he got to the closeout section. So that one playing a little trick on Michael Dunphy. Still needs a big score, 7.98 to catch up to Jack Freestone. Unfortunate error on the end section, as we'll take a look to see what happened on the drift replay.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate. Yeah, we see bigger looking around. It almost looked like he was going to stall for the barrel, but then, that big wraparound calves. He throws his body around so fast, jumps into a new looking wave, and then slips it. Obviously, he's a slip right there. Just looking at this heat now and the scores, I think this heat's going to change a bit now. They obviously know that Jack's going to be going for those big airs, and that's the type of scores that he's going to be getting. So I'm pretty sure Wilco and Dunphy are going to be trying to put it big time on the line now in order to start chipping away and getting to that total of 15.14 that Jack is on.
That's right, Walk. Well, we see Wilkinson with number 1 priority, so he can take off on any wave that he likes. Jack Freestone down to second. Mike Dunphy just took off on a wave, so he's number 3 in the priority system. But Dunphy in second, Wilkinson still comboed. Wilco had a crazy heat the other day where he finished runner-up to move on into this round, and it was a kind of a crazy heat with Jonathan Gonzalez getting 2 quick waves, a left pop-up, and he's able to knock out Yaden Nickel in the dying seconds.
Yeah, that was a tricky heat there. Some of those heats it happens like that. In the dying seconds, it seems like most of the action happens in the last 5 minutes of a heat. And the results kind of seesaw. Back and forth as we see freestone paddling.
Here goes Jack driving, pulls into the barrel to start, still pumping through, and he'll get clipped on his way out. Incomplete on the attempt, but always makes it exciting when you do have that little option of packing one right out front. Here goes Wilco.
There we go, Wilco. He's going to smash that first section. Bang. Another big one. So 2 big turns. I don't think it's going to be that excellent range, but 2 very nice turns from Wilco that fast off the bottom, so fast off the top, throwing big amounts of spray. And then that big closeout section. That was actual section where David DeCarmo hurt himself.
Pretty tough section. We'll take another angle on the first turn from Matt Wilkinson. Does anyone transition quicker than Wilco on tour?
Yeah, he's really, really quick. You never know what Wilco's going to do. As you see there, he did that quick. It almost looked like a check turn, but it was a massive off the top hook. But you never know if he's going to throw his tail, because when he does throw his tail, half the board comes out. So it's crazy to watch. You never know with him.
Here goes Dunphy on a sizable one. He's going to set this one up off the bottom. Nice glassy on the open face as he rips that patented Dunphy carve. Rips one off the roof again, and he's having trouble finishing off his last couple of waves.
Oh, my Lord. That would have been a huge, huge score if he pulled that. So unfortunate for Dunphy. As we see Jack Freestone, bang, massive turn off the top. Big last section. Oh, also incomplete. So, but what about Dunphy? That just killed me right there watching that.
He starts off so well, laying down the rail on every start of these right-handers so far. His first wave was a 7.17 where he provided a solid finish. Last wave he came really close.
Here we see. About to open up. Oh, so much speed and power. And then another one. That one's even better, even tighter. Then he almost nosedive in the bottom. That's obviously really shallow right there at that end section. That's where you see where old Freestone's been going for those big punts. And unfortunately for Dunphy there.
And this was the last of Jack Freestone. Anything you liked out of this wave?
Yeah, that first crack was massive. And then the second was more of a check floater. Also that big section, but, obviously not being able to ride that one out. It is quite solid in there, so I think you're going to get quite low to come out of those foamies.
Well, watching this end section take down just about everyone in every heat we've seen so far today, Walk, you as a former competitor, what would you learn if you're preparing for a heat, knowing that closeout section is pretty challenging?
Yeah, I know for sure. It seems like quite a dangerous section. Obviously, you saw what happened to David, but for me, or what I think is, I'm not an aerialist surfer, so I think hitting that last section as big and sweet as possible is definitely get you those points. If you're coming up with someone like Jack Freestone, you're gonna have to wait for the bigger sets and try to get 2 massive turns in like you saw Dunphy do, but unfortunately he came unstuck.
Now we're checking out the replay from Matt Wilkinson. He's so smooth. You never know what he's going to do. You talked about that unpredictable factor. He does get methodical and a rhythm where you think he'd do the same turn multiple times, but he almost can be late with his decisions. When he gets to the lip, it's the element of surprise if he can blow the tail and control it, or blow it into reverse, or go for a backside air.
Yeah, for sure. Those are the world's scariest servers, the ones that you never know what they're going to do. They're so unpredictable. Wilco can land on a rodeo if he wants.
As we get back into a replay of Jack Freestone, little cut back and then into the inside for a tail high reverse as he pulls another one out.
Wow, that last turn was massive. You can see how high his tail came out. His tail went above his head. He was dropping that. He's dropping a 6.47. What do you think, Joe?
I think he's going to improve on that without a problem. Just with the height, I think the judges will appreciate it. A lot of times when you look at the big airs scored on tour, what they're kind of looking for nowadays is how big the section is. They want to see how big of an air that you're doing over a big section. But if it's a small section and you get an extra amount of height that's not really predicted, they usually reward that as well. Let's get another angle on the last of Matt Wilkinson.
Bang, there was that first check, and then so quick, kind of hanging up there on that floater, and then the wave just kind of running off without him. But I think we're going to get you a replay of the last of Red Jack Freestone. I kind of want to look at that air again in slow-mo.
Yeah, beautiful air. We're starting to lose track of all the airs that Jack's completed in this event. He's been using the full rotation frontside air. He went for an alley-oop that same day, pulled an alley-oop off in this heat and got an 8.67. Now he started with a snap and did a frontside air reverse. And we'll bring it to you right now, real slow-mo.
Here we go. So, Nice carve there, but I think he's kind of looking down at that end section, trying to set himself up, and then here we go. Bang, quite a solid section, and then look how high the tail went. Not full rotation, but landed quite perfectly. You can see this is the front leg of his is so high up on his board. He's obviously going really wide and stance, in order to land those maneuvers.
Score's about to drop in walk for Jack Freestone as he's starting to look like he's running away with this heat. He has one more score to lock in. He started with the 8.67 with that alley-oop. Now he has an 8.0 to back it up. Another score in the excellent range. Mike Dunphy in second. He's been falling on his final turn, but he's been doing a different style of surfing, just big power hooks in the pocket. He needs a 9.5. Wilkinson needs a 9.74. Back to Jack's air.
Here we go. Just look at his tail. Watch his tail, guys. Look how high it goes. Wow, lands so clean and perfect. Front leg was board pretty much on the nose, Joe?
Amazing technique with your footwork, and it's good to note where their feet move when they're doing these crazy aerials. You see some guys' boards, like if you look at one of John surfboards, almost the whole thing's waxed.
Wax up
from
right
tail
up to the top,
nose.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's interesting the stuff that these guys do, the technique, how tweaked and it's like almost torque, how like weird those 360s can go and inverted. You've seen what Felipe does. He does some of the most ridiculous stuff I've ever seen.
It's pretty impressive to see each and every year just go through the roof as far as progression's concerned above the lip. And this event, they've been rewarding each and every exchange. Felipe Toledo leading the charge as he had the best combined total of the event so far, one of the best heats of the season with a 10 and a 9.83. Toledo already advanced on into the round of 16. He'll be in heat number 2. He also has a few other guys already in that round, guys like Davey Cathels, Tori Meister, Christian Kimmerson, as the advancement continues. This is the last heat of the non-elimination round, so we'll get right into the sudden death round if officials are calling it on. It seems like everything's still in motion to get into the next round, Walk.
Yeah, wave's super contestable, really fun. It'll get a lot easier. There'll be more waves with man-on-man heats. More guys will be able to get some more waves. So, I think it's a good idea to maybe run half that round, eh?
Be a smart move. Already on deck to possibly go in the next heat would be 2 veterans. One from Portugal, Tiago Perez. One from Brazil, Heitor Alves. How do you like Heitor's form so far in this event?
Yeah, Heitor definitely one of my favorite backhanders to watch. He's so fast. He's basically like elastic, and he gets that boards like way past vert. If anyone's going vert, it's the majority of the goofy footers, but he goes beyond vert. So he's going like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and I don't even know how he does. He does it so quick too. His boards look so loose. But I think he's impressed me the most out of this whole contest so far, goofy footer wise, is definitely Buchan.
Ace Buchan has been amazing to watch with his flow, driving off the bottom. He always has an amazing bottom turn and attacks vertically. He just won the last heat to move straight to the round of 16. Ton of goofy footers left. That has to make you pretty proud, Walk. We've got 8 goofies left. We have 16 regular footers left in the draw after starting off with the round of 96. Do those stats surprise you at this stage?
Yeah, for sure. Guys like Christian Kimmerson, I think are going to hold that flag till the end. He's impressed me. The airs that he does is just ridiculous. But, the one thing I've noticed about Buchan is that the majority of goofy footers are, everyone can go straight up and straight down, Buchan's the one guy who knows how to mix it up in his maneuvers. He has the most craziest backhand carve, and you probably won't find that in many goofy footers out there.
See the scene on the beach here at the Mr. Price Pro. Everyone pretty happy because it's wintertime and it's super hot. Just came off lunchtime downstairs here at this place called Ballito. We're at Willard's Beach, also known as Surfers, where they're sitting right out in front. We've had some amazing stories of the last few seasons. As we look back in the memories of the Gunston 500, we paddled into this wave with Jack Freestone now.
Here we go. Freestone looking for the end section. Bang, another 360 Rio. Just coming unstuck there. I don't even think that would have bettered his 8-point ride, though. Jack pretty much gone for a punt in every single wave since that 867.
Well, it's been such an amazing experience watching Jack throughout his career, from a junior series when he was starting to compete overseas in Bali to his World Junior Championship accomplishments. As we see Dunphy up and out, we saw him kind of grow up in front of the global stage, becoming this massive profile in surfing, seeing banners everywhere you walk at surf shops, and him going through the whole role of getting all these expectations put on him to succeed so quickly on the Prime Series, and having to learn with how to keep his head on straight when you really want to win and show the world your talent, but then you're getting these low results. Things are now finally starting to come his way as far as numbers are concerned and doing well in heat so far.
Yeah, for sure. I think last year might have been a bit of a tough one for Jack. His best friend Mitch Cruz qualifying last year and kind of just leaving Jack behind. But I'm sure they both support each other really well. Mitch's always down here to support Jack. I just saw him in the tower now. But as you said, Jack was kind of like a mini professional from a long ago.
Here goes Jack Freestone, tail high, nose pick reverse, and he lets go of the landing. Great form, like you're mentioning. That tail is as high as you could get. Now Wilco on his back end.
Bang, vertical off the top, kind of coming a little bit unstuck. Here we go. He has a big hit. Oh, that was massive. That was did he pull it?
And it's going to be incomplete, Walk.
Complete.
He came so close to riding out of that heavy section. He didn't hold anything back. I think he knew that since he bobbled, he really had to lay into it. He had a 3.67 to better. He might just do that, but the judges don't like it when you end up having a couple of hiccups like this.
Here's this last position. Look how the wave grows. Bang! He smashes it so sweet. It looked like he rode it out perfect and then kind of got pulled back into the foam and then kind of getting a little bit stuck too much in the foam and not letting him out.
So now 5:22 on the clock. Jack Freestone out front. Michael Dunphy needs a 9.5. Wilkinson needs a 9.74. Another look at Wilkinson's last.
Yeah, you see that first turn was 12 o'clock and then here, crack. That's like a 5-foot section right there. He's putting everything on the line. A little bit unfortunate there for man. I think if he had rode that one out, it would have been a really big score.
So Wilco's still trying to keep his head down. That one's not even going to factor in. A 3.37, you just wonder what could have been if he came down, didn't have the bottle, and was able to ride out of the final turn. They're talking excellent scores without a problem, but he'll have to regroup and continue on. If he loses, sits in third in this heat, he'll still have to surf again in the round of 24, which will be coming up next. Tiago and Heitor on deck, and then also Tomas Hermes and Kyle Abelli. I've been hearing you talk about Tomas quite a bit the last couple of days, Walk.
Oh, I didn't even look at that heat. That sucks because those guys I've both been rooting for. I've been loving Kyle Abelli surfing. He's been getting those pits. And there's actually been a couple of pits now. But Thomas Herms, I think he's impressed me the most out of all the Brazilians besides Toledo. He hasn't really gone to the air that much, but his surfing game is incredible. He surfs really nice and solid, and he's a shorter guy. He doesn't even really look like a surfer, which is quite funny. But he puts some serious stuff on the rail.
He sure does. So that's an all-Brazilian matchup in Heat 2. Heat 3 features Matt Banting, the highest-rated surfer on the QS rankings that's still left in the draw here at the Mr. Price Pro. It's been crazy how many top-seeded surfers that we lost. We always focus on the CT talent that comes to play at the primes, but then when you look at the role with the QS so far this season in 2014, it's Matt Banting, number 3rd in the world, coming into the Mr. Price Pro that's left, and also you go down to number 7 of the top 10, Tomas Hermes. Those are the only two guys left in the top 10 at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Banting Perilla heat's going to be another exciting one. Banting's been looking really, really, really fast. Yesterday we saw him in those junky conditions, and he was just flying across those onshore sections, making them look so easy. And then Perilla's another guy, and he surfs a lot like Banting. Also fast in the terrible stuff, so light on his feet. I think these two are going to go head-to-head right here. I think that's going to be a very, very big heat.
So exciting afternoon on hand. We waited for a long time before we got this one started. Had a first call at 8:30 in the morning, postponed that to 10:30. Got the wheels turning at about 11 o'clock. Now we're getting into the early afternoon, and the waves are still fun. Wind's still very light, and Jack Freestone has an 8.67 and an 8.0. Mike Dunphy from Virginia Beach, making everyone so proud on the East Coast. There's been a couple of guys recently from Virginia Beach that have been exciting to watch. Guys like Philip Gould, great talent. He started spending a lot of time in California, was hanging out on the QSs for a while. There's some younger talent. These kids, the Myers clan, Declan and Laird, are going to make a big statement probably in the next 10 years or so as they have their dream to kind of pave the way for more surfers that come out of that region. I'm sure, Walk, you had guys just above you that were inspiring you to stay on tour.
Yeah, 100%. As I said, I didn't really know that much about Dunphy, but I know that the East Coast doesn't really produce, I wouldn't say the biggest of waves. I know I've surfed in New York and New Jersey, and the waves were really, really hard to surf. And for me, I hate tiny waves, but for a guy like Dunphy, he comes here and he makes the most of these bigger conditions, and he's using so much rail surfing. You'd expect someone from the East Coast to just be able to do foam climbs and little 360 airs, but he's totally opposite.
Well, Dumpy jokes around in contests when it's a real small, flat day because it reminds him of days at home. They've had amateur contests there where you practically have to skimboard into waves because it'll be dead flat. As we see Jack Freestone getting a nice first turn off the lip and hammers the inside section. 2 beautiful snaps with a lot of power and control. He has an 8.0 to improve on. Here goes Wilco.
Yeah, here goes Wilco. Let's see if Wilco looks at the end section. He's looking for the end section. Oh, what did I tell you, the rodeo? Almost stuck it. Damn it.
A close call there for Matt Wilkinson. And recently down at Bell's, I asked Wilco when was the last time he had done a rodeo, and he couldn't think of it. He doesn't remember it, but I think he just doesn't think about it every time he surfs, and he'll bring it out when he needs to. He's landed 3 rodeos in competition in the past, and he came close to another one here, Walk.
Yeah, it gets so exciting. Yeah, he has the replay of Freestone. Bang, that big check, and then here, this is the money turn. Quah! I love that. Such a big fan of spray behind him, too. It's an insane turn.
So pretty amazing stuff from Jack Freestone. He's got 12 waves so far. His good scores have come to the airs, and now he's going to get another great score. What happened on the rodeo?
Yeah, it's a rodeo. I didn't think it was going to be a rodeo. Kind of just, it looks like his tail kind of got stuck in the water there, but I bet you if he went for another one, he'd probably make one.
So close for Matt Wilkinson, who would have put a lot of pressure on the panel because he needs a 9.74. Rodeos have been a big part of surfing history in the past. You remember what Pat Kadauskas did back in the Maldives? He did it again in Tahiti. As we have Jack Freestone playing around out front, an all-star performance, and he will improve right before we call this heat. An 8.17 for 2 solid hacks off the top, showing that he has much more depth than just his air game above the lip.
Yeah, for sure. It's great to see that. Yeah, so locking in that 8.17. You know, as a matter of interest, I wonder what... I think we're going to take you to a quick ad break, and then we'll continue here.
Freestone, an 8 and an 8.17 as he blitzed the pack to move straight to the round of 16. And we just heard the horn sound. We are going to continue with action here in the one-on-one format. Back to an elimination round with Tiago Perez versus Heitor Alves. Joe Trappell now in the booth with Giggs Selliers for the call. Giggs, it's been an exciting morning so far. Some great aerials, big turns on hand, and with nice groom conditions like this, I think it's a good call to continue on with competition.
Yeah, Joe, absolutely summarized it well there. I mean, the day this morning is the ocean's changed landscape completely. Tides drained out, fresh little pulse of swell arriving at the beach for the boys. There seemed to be a little bit more rhythm in that last heat as well. More scores available, cleaner faces for the guys to work with. It's green for go. We're moving through to the next round.
So 29 on the clock, still 30 minutes for the one-on-one heats. So there's still the priority situation where they'll take turns at the opening exchange. Nobody has priority, so they still try to out-position each other for the first wave, and then they'll be taking turns from here on out. Giggs, you're kind of walking around the area. Is there kind of one dominant peak they both have to sit on? Is that why they're sitting so close to each other right now?
Joe, actually taking a little walk around, getting the eagle eye view from the judges' deck up on top of the Mr Price Pro Tower there seems to be 2 or 3 peaks actually in use out there. Obviously, as the tide's doing the turn now, the guys have probably been eyeing out, well, this is the premium peak. But I did notice that Freestone picked up a lot of waves a little over to the left of the lineup. So on your screen, a little bit closer over. So it'll be interesting to see what the guys work with here as the tide goes through the turn now.
So right now, Tiago, Heitor are sitting neck and neck, just right next to each other. Giggs, were you kind of one of those competitors that like to sit right next to your competition, or did you kind of always do your own thing?
Yeah, Joe, listen, I mean, it's a mental game for sure. Always the conditions are going to determine, but you want to kind of stay a little loose and move around. You don't want to be pegged in by other guys. And obviously we didn't have priority back in those days. But here we go for the opening ride now, Joe. Now, Tiago Perez has been laying down solid foundations of turns on his forehand all week long here at the Mr Price. And he gets the job done for wave 1, gets that count in early.
Solid approach and a massive start for Tiago Perez, rifling off that frontside carve he's become world famous for. He's been working with James Chill of Chili Surfboards for a long time. He's brought a lot of boards with him, but he said he had this little secret weapon for small waves. There's one that he has that's about 5'8". We'll see if he ends up riding that one as we look at the replay.
Yeah, well, I saw him carry 2 of these boards down, peg one in the sand, and paddle out on this one. And I'll tell you what, that board's looking real comfortable underfoot.
Perfect finish for Tiago, throwing the fins out to change up the rhythm from the forehand carves. Speed, power, and flow is a big part of the judging criteria. He was able to establish that to take an early lead over Heitor Alves, who's now in position, Gigs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, both of these guys, strong physiques, one on the forehand, one on the backhand. It's not done for you, as the tag says there. It is Heitor Alves. We'll fix that for you in a second. But I'll tell you what, he's taken the high road through to the low road on this one, and he's pegged his opener. So good start for both surfers.
So now we'll see the score starting to filter in. Looked like Tiago had a bit more form, a bit more rhythm, a nicer finish to Heitor's start. Heitor Alves, recently on the World Tour, was able to get the call up in 2013 to surf at events like in Fiji because he still had such a top seed, but he's really hungry to try to come back to tour. He's one of those guys that tends to have to back himself. He doesn't have that major sponsor giving him a lot of money to make the road easy behind the scenes. He's got to book his own flights, figure out accommodations, and if he wants to film anything, he has to pay for his filmer to come on his own right. Back to Tiago's wave.
Well, here we go. I think this is a relook of Wave 1. Nice carves. Tiago really doing a good job of that opener. And I'm sure we'll go to the replay next. Almost a comparison here of the 2 opening waves here, Joe. That was Perez. And let's see if we can get a replay of Heitor Alves as he went on the opening ride on his backhand. And Alves had to work through a high road, low road situation. We did speak about that. It has been plaguing some of the guys through the early part of the day, but definitely we're into some clean wave faces out there for the boys now.
That's right, Gigs. Here's the replay of Heitor that you're looking for. Start off with a nice draw off the bottom. The first turn was insane.
Absolutely. I mean, that opening turn was absolutely flawless. Let's go down to the beach and get a beach interview from Jack Freestone, winner of that previous heat, who did a great aerial display again.
Hey guys, I'm back on the beach with Jack Freestone. Jack, you were busting out all of those airs yesterday and you brought that back to the beach today. You're looking super confident out there. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good. The waves are very similar to yesterday, so had the same game plan.
And let's talk a little bit about your year so far. How important are these points for you?
They're very important. You know, they're so important for where I want to go, and that's qualifying.
And did you change up your equipment today?
No, never. This board's a magic board.
Well, it definitely is bringing the magic to Ballito Beach this week. Great watching you surf. Well done. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Andy, and good to see how focused Jack Freestone is. He is determined to keep his game face on. You know, he's always happy-go-lucky behind the scenes, but right there you can see he has the one task at hand. Doesn't want to take himself off the mark. He has a goal of qualifying for the top 34 alongside some of his best friends like Mitch Cruz. And with this kind of form and rhythm, he's turned into the guy to beat at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Real chiseled look from him, deep staring, and he's in focus mode, and I think he's speaking from a position of confidence. He really is on a roll. Let's have a look at Alves on wave number 2. He did open with a 417. Heitor Alves goes for the rooftop float. He's been tagging those all week as well, Joe, so building a little second score here is Heitor.
So right there, we see Heitor riding a Firewire surfboard. We've been seeing those pop up quite a bit here at the Mr. Price Pro. We had Mark Price of Firewire come down and give away a few of the boards for Surfers Not Street Children, this new foundation that we have guys like Colin Fitch, the head of ASP Africa, involved with to provide some great roads for some kids around the scenes. Here, the last wave of Heitor, little backside float, and another one. Didn't really get that lip to work with, Gigs.
No, but he has tagged a 3.6 out of that. So Joe, just kind of just ticking away. 23 and a half minutes, just under 23 minutes to go. Now, sorry, just over 23 minutes to go. 417 and a 3.6. We're looking for a little more from Heitor than that.
Well, we were just talking about the rodeo flip because Matt Wilkinson went for one in the heat before, as we see Tiago take a look at one, and he kicks out. Tiago has a 717, the best wave of the heat, but he's sitting in second because Heitor has a 417 and a 3.6. Well, Wilco came close. He's done him with a jersey on in the past. Also, Heitor Alves, who's out there in white, did one at lower trestles and upset the local favorite, Chloe Andino, a couple of years back in the CT format. It doesn't happen that often, but we can go back to the first one documented, and I think, Giggs, you had a pretty good view of where that one went down.
If you're making reference to Gdauskas and the boys in the Maldives.
That's right.
Oh, man, we'll talk about that in a second. Let's have a look at the backhand attack. I mean, when he unleashes that first turn here, Joe, it's always a cracker. It's how he stitches together the second and third ones that are determining scores. You can see how he's just rumbling his way through there. He's managed to hold on. And, well, he's wrapped that wave up for the judges. I'm not sure why he rode that all the way through, possible reform. But let's just analyze this first crack that he goes for. All his waves, characteristically, that first turn is strong.
He's always good for a crazy first turn. The inside sections on his last couple of waves haven't given him a solid wall. They're making him really earn it. If the wall would stand up and he gets another turn like the one he's starting off with, he's guaranteed at least an 8-point ride. But now it's just making it a little bit more interesting. You see Heitor's in a crazy form. First turns are solid. Couldn't do anything better. Thiago now sits out the back with priority and only needs a 0.6 to take his lead. So still the momentum with Thiago with the highest number so far.
Yeah, absolutely. That 717, real precise, surgeon-like attack on the wave face for Perez. Great job to start. He'll be taking his time, eking out a second wave now. We're on the bottom of the low. Pretty much, yep. It's just after 1 o'clock local time. The low tide is about 10 to 1. So we're going to see if the ocean keeps its momentum through this remaining part of this heat here, Joe.
Yeah, we'd like it. We've seen a lot of great rides. We've gotten through a lot of heats already in this early afternoon. Coming up next and on deck, we have another great one-on-one matchup. Two Brazilians, two regular foot Brazilians, Tomas Hermes and Caio Abelli. Hard to pick a favorite in that heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we've watched the guys reaching for the skies. You started the subject of the rodeo flip there, so judges are just keen to cash out big checks for going to the air. But success rates and landings on this inside sandbar, a little bit of a ricochet across that deep water channel onto the sandbar. It's not always a bank guarantee when you go to the sky.
That's right. I mean, just focusing on that rodeo flip and how it's evolved over the years. I mean, you go back to the guy who really put a name on it, Kelly Slater, back at the Pipe Masters when he went for one on a board that was huge. I mean, at the time, I think that was like a 6'9", maybe 6'7" to 6'9"-ish board that he was riding at the time, back when he rode big boards at Pipe.
Yep.
And he almost came down to a massive completion. Since then, you know, we've seen other surfers really take it on as a maneuver. And Jordy Smith has probably done one that's still deemed as one of the best done in history in the Mentawais. As we go back to the last wave of Thiago.
Well, here we go. We're having a look at this because this is your cream of the crop, so to speak, as far as point score. A 717, it is the single highest wave score, and it is the opener for Perez. Holding nothing else at this stage except a small throwaway to back that up. And, well, there you go. We're talking about stuff up in the air, Joe, and Heitor Alves reaching up.
Going for broke on the inside air reverse section, ends up being complete, won't do anything to his top two. He has a 5.33 and a 4.17, originally from Fortaleza, but now living down in Rio. Usually is a pretty cool guy to hang out with especially with his fellow Patriots. He actually gave Rioni Montero one of his Firewires to try out, just to give Rioni something different to ride before Rioni was getting ready to compete for a WCT. So really friendly, generous surfer. And right now, he's still in the lead out in front as we see Thiago getting started.
Well, here we go. Perez unlocking wave 3. Trying to add something to that 717 opener. Getting some work done. Both of these surfers in top physical condition as well. I mean, I was having a chat to Heitor just to find out how his countryman had gone on the injury thing, DeCarmo. And, gee, he's looking Spartan, man. The guys are looking strong this year. They're training hard.
Oh, extra fit. Here's Thiago. He had a little redirect into the front side wrap in the pocket. He had a lip to show up, so he was able to drive down to the bottom and tags it shut on the inside. Incomplete on the final maneuver, but he only needed a 2.33, so we'll have a lead change at the 18-minute mark.
Yep. We're going to get close to that halfway mark coming up shortly, Joe. And, well, we'll welcome that score for Perez because it's going to lay down a whole framework for what Alves has to stretch for in the back half of the heat.
Well, it's an exciting round here, Giggs, because now we will be making eliminations. We still have 24 surfers left in the draw, 7 from Brazil, 3 from Portugal at this 18-minute mark. If you lose in this round, it's you're not going to get a ton out of the prize purse. We have $250,000 on the line. We have $40,000 that goes to the winner. If you make the final, you're guaranteed at least $20,000. The crucial points, 6,500 on the QS rankings to try to end up in the top 10 at the end of the season so he can join the top 34 in 2015.
Yeah, well, nobody wants to leave Ballito in this round. Only 1,300 points you'll leave with and $2,700. Everybody's stretching out for more points. So let's have a look at the replay here.
This was Tiago stretching this one out front, was able to get back into the pocket. The lip showed up, so it was a nice inside corner coming at him. So he carved down and then tried to belt the finish. He didn't get the third turnout, but 2 successful down carves to the bottom of the wave. Didn't really push the limits too hard for Tiago's standards. We've seen him do crazier turns in the past, but he'll take the lead. 717 was a start. It was a solid wave with 3 solid turns. So thinking that one probably is going to be just under.
Well, I think if we get a slow-mo replay of that, we're going to see the power that's being applied to both of those turns in that open face there, Joe. We'll see if we can call that up for you shortly. But Judge is still working on the score. It's gonna match up nicely to his opener.
As we take a look at those first few numbers, the judge is seeing the potential there. It's actually better than his start. So we're seeing 7.33 for Tiago, 14.5 total. Alves now needs a 9.17, 16:20 to go, as we might be able to draw a comparison if we could bring up the first wave from Tiago and then his last wave to compare the sevens. Similar scores from the panel, but no doubt Tiago's ripping and has a really healthy lead out front, Giggs.
Yeah, absolutely. That pair of sevens really does have the European surfer sitting pretty now. Nicely grouped score, 733, 717. It's definitely got him where he can now just start stretching out for eights if they are available. But to get that comparison visually is going to be a win for us here in the booth and you, the audience at home. So let's just wait and see at least a replay in slow-mo of that last 7.33. He's surfing with a lot of power, Jay. He's really hammering it, pushing hard on those fins.
Yeah, it's a great approach. It's his patented move. He has that crazy frontside rip. It's like sometimes he can start as like a down carve. Sometimes he starts his carve early and can bring it all the way back around. So he's got a couple of different versions of it, and it's working well for him in conditions like this. We'll check out the replay. Last of Tiago Perez here, Giggs.
Well, here we go. So let's have a look at that, how dynamic and powerful and continuous that turn is. It's all the way through, full wrap around now, locks and loads, and that lip you said came towards him, and geez, it didn't stand a chance, did it?
Incredible performance from Tiago as we really can slow it down. He didn't really need this turn. Got the 7.33 from what happened out the back.
Yeah, well, there you go. Judges giving nearly 4 points a hack there. So good surfing from Perez. He's in the lead. High to Alves. A big ask, a 917, but I think he'll break it down into smaller steps. He'll drop some scores. He's holding a 417 as one of his counting two. Surely High to Elvis cannot go forward into the second half of the heat holding that.
Well, I think they really liked that commitment to that first turn that he did on his last wave, where he was able to follow through and drive and keep the drive back into the pocket, and the power source came out with control and was able to finish it up with another solid jam, where sometimes you see the down the line carves where you can just keep your speed. When you commit to really driving it back to the pocket, it's going to be rewarded. Now with 14 minutes on the clock, we'll get another look early what happened in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, don't think for a minute that Haito Elvis is not sitting out the back listening. This is his opening score. Here we go. Perez this is the 717 that he cracked out literally in the first 2 minutes of the heat. So this was his great momentum builder as he started out, and through to the inside. Crisp, powerful. You see, I like the little tweak on the slow-mo. It really shows up nicely. That just a little extra punch through there. So a 717 for that wave you've just seen. Match it up with the previous replay of the 733. Now, Haito Alves went to the air on his last wave. He's got to be sitting there listening to the sevens dropping in for Perez, who's not really reaching for the sky.
That's right. Heitor Alves now down to 1320, where Heitor's had the great start. Big first turns, but the waves he's been catching haven't offered that inside track that's been nice and groomed like the waves that Tiago's had. So his surfing's there. He just needs a chance on a better wave, and he does have first priority, so he could be able to take that gamble. He keeps his eye on the clock, and he's going to be ready to compete. Finishing in this round is a little bit of a heartbreak. A quarterfinal result is a definite keeper when you're on the road to qualify.
Oh, absolutely. You spoke about the search on the road for points, and, well, big points on offer when you get to the finals here. one of these guys, the potential to get there? Absolutely.
Definitely. When you look at the track record of both these guys, I mean, back when Heitor was on the CT, one of his favorite events was actually lower trestles, where you could always just expect him to at least make the quarterfinals. That was kind of his benchmark at the time. Tiago, and a guy who's made the semifinals in the past. He's had big heats, so going back to the search event, that was in Indonesia, where he ended up making the semis. He had a headline news heat where he took out Kelly en route to that victory, and he's since then dealt with some injuries. We know that he had to sit on the sidelines at Margaret River. He is the ASP wild card for the CT. And you talked about training before, looking at Alves's form. Tiago's had to rely on his training and recovery just to get himself to surfing at this level again.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, here's a point of discussion for these athletes, as we'll talk about that in a second. Let's have a look as we take in live action of heat leader Tiago Perez. Signature turn again for him there, Joe. It's a short in and out. It's not going to appear in his top two. But going back, your subject prior to that ride was about injuries and about training. Now, the guys that seem to disappear off the grid for a little while, I think, those injuries, they really get time to stare at all the truths and all the shortfalls, and they really have to focus and concentrate in on the rehab process. And I'm almost sure, I mean, when I look at things like Fanning's injury and how he came back and then really started cracking the best part of his career, I think a lot of sports often show that. And so it just goes to show desire and the mental approach tied in with physical conditioning, you can produce world championship results.
Well, I think what you mentioned was one of the greatest comeback stories, and not just surfing, but in all of sport, when now three-time world champ Mick Fanning almost could have said he had a career-ending injury if he didn't have such a strong mental game to persevere and work out and train. He made training popular. Some people were obviously training back then, but he showcased what he did so much to get back to that form. And in his comeback year, he ended up winning his first world title. There's been other great comebacks. One of the Aki comeback is one of the best of all time as well. After disappearing from the limelight and the top level of surfing and coming back to be one of the older world champions in '99.
Absolutely. Let's have a look here. There's that first turn that we keep speaking about with Heitor Alves, but he does knock up a good second one. I think it's going to be a useful score for him here, Joe.
Solid surfing for Heitor. Great timing. Nice patience to wait for a wave that had a wall that was going to continue into the closeout section. We'll take another look at the drift replay. What do you think, Giggs?
Well, I think that first one, he always cracks it. Oh, look at that. Right around. Just strong angles on that, Joe. But that second one, he really swings the axe on it and nails down that second one. That's been problematic for a lot of the guys in the earlier heats today.
Well, we had Nathan Hedge in the booth a couple of days ago, and he was making reference to the two-turn combos. If you could get a wave, especially as a goofy footer like Hedgie is, and you could belt it vertically 2 times, you're almost guaranteed an excellent range score. It's a smaller day today, but it seems still like a fair formula as we bring up the replay again.
All right, so if he's trying to reach out for excellent, let's start breaking this down for you. Well, that is top draw surfing right there. Now, the way he links it, the judges will look at those transitions, and they will look at the angle, the water displacement, the body English as he wraps up that second turn, Joe.
So Heitor Alves, nice control, nice finish, showing some power. His 4.17 was his low score. He's basically looking for a 9.17 to make the switch into first with still plenty of time on the clock. We mentioned the All-Brazilian matchup coming up next. A huge one to watch is heat number 3 of this round. Matt Banting, number 3 on the QS rankings, takes off on Dylan Perillo from USA in heat number 3. 2 regular footers, both solid in the air, both with great rail work, but you'd say Matt Banting on such a solid roll this year with 2 6-star wins to his name already.
Yeah, absolutely. We're locking and loading, great surfing. Now, judges are starting to drop in. You spoke about the 2-turn backhand combination. We're looking at live action right now. Judges owe us a score for white, and Perez goes incredibly vertical. Out on the face, crisp forehand cutback, relocks and loads into the next pocket and pushes away. And comes adrift. So, interesting part of the heat now, 8 minutes 24. I'm not being the surfing salesman, but I will tell you that Heitor Alves is back in the game. When that final score drops in, it's going to be in the excellent range, Joe.
Heitor Alves with a 7.83 on the average. We'll go back to the replay from Tiago Perez. Big drawn-out bottom turn and absolutely lights up the first section. Draws out the roundhouse cutback and good for a rebound and attacks again. Layback finish, ends up incomplete. Love the first turn. And I like that beautiful roundhouse cutback. Sometimes in beach break conditions, you see guys rushing, always looking down the line and what's coming ahead. And when you see someone fill in the gaps well with all that speed and flow and actually do the whole S-ing roundhouse cutback, it's such a fun one to watch, Giggs.
Yeah, absolutely. What I liked about, there's two parts in that wave. The third maneuver was the throwaway, as we saw. But you're mentioning the efficiency and the carry-through of Perez on that cutback. So we might just ask nicely to the studio for a slow-mo of Last of Red. That wave's not going to appear in his top two, Joe, so that's not part of the discussion. What we're doing here is we're looking at the technical aspect of it. Now, how clinical and vertical is this first turn?
Doesn't get any more vert than this. So much speed, straight up 12 o'clock, and then he comes out of it right into another rail turn. No hesitation. The wave went a little bit gutless right there, but he had so much speed. He flowed right on through, and this is where he ends up going down. There was a bump, blew the tail. He didn't have a spot to bring that one down.
Yeah, I chose the high road option there in the fork in the road. Now, you spoke as that slow-mo on the cutback was running through the reel there, Joe. You spoke about one important thing. The wave actually kind of let him down there, but his technique carried him through, so it was a beautiful link.
It was just such a well-surfed wave for a guy like Tiago. He's got an amazing act when he can read a wave and keep his line. He picks a different line than a lot of surfers on tour. I think that's what makes him so unique. It's a different look to the guys that you usually see. You can sometimes almost predict where people are going. Sometimes when Tiago makes a decision on where he's going to start his carve, it's almost in a different spot of the wave than you're expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe even another replay will show us if we start breaking down the technicality of that cutback. As he went into it, the wave almost changed shape underneath him. So to keep that constant rail pressure, there would have been a lot of subtleties in what Tiago was doing there on board that on the top deck of that board.
Well, Giggs, the matchup on paper living up to the expectations as we have regular versus goofy, Brazil versus Portugal in this matchup. Heitor needing a 6.67 to make a comeback. He did get the 7.83, like you mentioned, with this two-turn combo. He was able to pick a wave with a complete wall that didn't taper off, got himself back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So Perez smashing away on the forehand. He'll have another dip here. He obviously wants to try and build a score here, Joe. He's feeling the pressure of Alves building momentum. Through to the inside. It's a smaller one. Gets the tail drifting. Squares it out. Folks at home, better than a 7.17 to improve on one of his counting two.
Well, right there, it's a smaller wave, but you could just tell he's still in rhythm. We'll see what the replay shows from the last of Tiago. Fun little peek he was gliding into here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a touch of wind coming into the scene now as well. He does link some turns here. I like that final turn. It's strong. A little nod of acknowledgement from him.
Well, I think he's feeling the momentum. Tiago's on fire. He's been pulling off a lot of huge carves and turns. That wave was a little smaller. His first turn wasn't as crazy as his first turn before. He had an exciting finish, but he basically turned a wave that probably looked like it had scoring potential of a 2 or 2.5, and he created a bigger score, a 5.5, not affecting the top two. But it's scary seeing a rhythm like this. Tiago's spent so much time rehabbing. It's great to see him back to, I want to say, 100% now.
Yeah, absolutely. 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Heitor Alves tagging a 7.83 on his last wave. We spoke about the two-turn backhand combination that achieved that. Now, he'll just want to literally press replay and just do that again. If he can nail another one in that zone, Perez is going to be under some pressure.
And it almost seems like, Giggs, sorry for that secret weapon for a goofy footer. He can almost maybe repeat that scenario. 2 big hacks.
Yep.
Those guys can do that in their sleep.
Absolutely. So he's going to be using that first priority. We're going to keep a very, very close eye on your surfer in white on left of screen. Heitor Alves lying second, requiring a 6.67. His last score, that 7.83, well within range, Joe.
So down to 3:45 on the clock. Alves not needing a whole lot at the moment. He's starting to move from his position. Tiago keeping an eye on him. It's a little peak. Tiago's going to take it off him here at the 3.5 minute mark. Big bottom turn. He almost skits out. He controls it. Lip's still there, and he'll throw a crazy layback in the end section. That thing dumps out. He had no chance. That was a creative finish on a wild section that's been taking everybody out today.
Wow, getting stuck in the guillotine section there, Joe. Well, listen, we saw an injury in that zone a little earlier, so we'll keep an eye on him. Here we go. Replay shows a couple of things. First, his power, and then Ballito's power. Check that out. Oh, absolute washing machine at the end there for Perez. It's inconsequential score, but good for some viewing and keeping us busy.
As we see the last score coming in, a 2-ranger for Tiago Alves, still sitting with first priority. As remember, we do eliminate guys in this round. We finished that no-loser 3-man heat. It'll be one-on-one heats from here on out till we crown a champ at the Mr. Price Pro. We still have plenty of time, all the way till Sunday before we can crown a champ. Sounds like we might have a little increase on the swell, but what we've been getting from Surfline. Giggs, have you noticed anything happening down the coast?
Yeah, absolutely. Surfline on the button, calling a little increase as the tide turns now. And we are getting cleaner walls than what we got when we commenced heats earlier this morning. So keeping an eye on it. I think we've got some fruit left at the end of the week to pick out the basket.
So a nice situation as we've run every single day through the waiting period so far. Back to the drift replay. This was the last of Tiago.
All right, let's have a look at him. Now, he'll lock into that first bottom turn. You can see how he squares it up. Almost a repeat of his previous big scoring ride. And then, oh dear, it gets a little tricky on the inside there. He goes for the carve, but that thing absolutely draws out on the sandbar.
Makes you nervous when he goes for those turns, Giggs, knowing that he's just recovered from a knee injury a couple of times the hard way, but he still goes for it. That bottom turn, he pushes so hard. It's no wonder that he can injure himself at times. He's not holding anything back right now.
Yeah, that wave actually completely changed. It morphed into a whole different end situation, and possibly as he set the rail, went into that final bowl. I think that thing caught him a little bit by surprise. Kind of left him without options in a way.
With now just a little bit of time on the clock, you see the Banting crew right there. Matt Banting's father travels with him to most events around the world with him. As we go to Heitor Alves, he needs a 6.67 on this wave to turn the heat. He'll go for a backside reverse, and he gets stuck. It didn't offer too much down the line, so he had to go for it. He hands priority to Tiago Perez, and that might be it for the Brazilian.
Wow, well, we spoke about the two options for Alves. Big combo hits or going to the air. He chose the going to the air. Now, it was kind of forced on him by the wave, as you said there, Joe. It didn't unfold for him the way he'd wanted.
A tough one for Alves. He was selective. He was in the game. He actually has the best number of the heat, a single score of a 7.83. You scored on your top two. His backup was just a 5.33, which kept him out of the lead. We're down to 30 seconds on the clock. Now down to one-on-one heats. There aren't four guys in the lineup with a big order of priority. So now Heitor could be able to find a pop-up peak outside of Tiago to try to create a section for himself to come back.
Well, Joe, he's got 15 seconds to do it. Little overview shot there showing the boys if he goes down early, it's not far back to the takeoff peak. It's 10 seconds, Joe. I'm not sure if Heitor Alves is going to deliver the final blow required. He can't. It's done. Tiago Perez takes the win.
A solid surfer in Tiago Perez, showing some big carves, radical change-ups, 7.17 and a 7.33. Even his fives told a big story of his commitment and control, as he will move on into the next round, a round of 16. We'll take a quick break. Coming up next, we'll bring in Warwick Wright for the call right after this.
Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Day 4. You're into round 4, Heat 2 with us. If you've just logged on, a dual Brazilian heat, Thomas Hermes up against Caio Belli. We are into the round of 24. The guillotine starts falling now. You fall away now. It's equal 17th place. 1,300 points for your trip to Ballito, South Africa. Back in the booth with me, Wok. Welcome back. Good surfing going on out in the water. How's the scene out on the beach?
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Things are lighting up outside. It's a beautiful day outside. It's almost like 30 degrees for a Durban winter, eh?
I think this could be our warmest day so far, actually. Possibly the smallest waves, but definitely the warmest temperatures. People flocking down from inland, from Durban itself. It's a great beach scene. I kind of did a head count close to 3,000 people down there just now.
Yeah, no, it's been madness. The whole beach is pretty much filled up. Yeah, a lot of guys coming down to support the remainder of the competition. Unfortunately, no South Africans left, but the surfing's at its highest level right now, Giggs.
Absolutely. It's great surfing. It's a beautiful day here at Ballito. So for those people within driving range, we're talking to the local people around KwaZulu-Natal. Get in your car, shoot down here. We've still got some heats unfolding, and it's a beautiful day. People loving it, and some great weather and some good surfing still to come in the next couple of days as well, Wok.
Yeah, 100%. We're into the man and match stage of competition now. This is where the business end of things starts to happen. This is a pretty heavy heat. Thomas Herms, Kaya Belly. Thomas Herms has kind of impressed me the most throughout this competition. Small, solid, regular footer. A lot like Kaya Belly. Kaya Belly's actually been getting a lot of barrels this competition so far.
Yeah, Belly been picking out the tubes, but gee, hasn't he been going to the scars as well, eh?
Yeah, for sure. Loves to go to the air. Definitely one of the new school guys coming up from Brazil. The Brazilians have, I reckon, probably been some of the best surfers throughout this competition, Gigs.
Well, you're mentioning that in reference to the 2014 event, but surely that's a common theme here literally every single year at the Mr. Price Pro. They've just got to nip across the South Atlantic, short flight, 5 or 6 hours. There's always strong numbers of Brazilians here in South Africa.
Yeah, the guys come down here in swarms. They have a quite tight bond between all of them. I think we saw that young David De Carmo who got a little bit injured in his heat, and you saw when he was coming up the beach, a whole bunch of the Brazilian guys were there just to see how he was, to see how he was feeling, and just kind of nudge him on a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Spirited bunch, the Brazilians. And, of course, they are hosting the World Cup soccer back at home. Gee, it's just the other day. It was in South Africa. Did 4 years just go by? Wow, just like that.
2010. A lot of the Brazilians, they've been wearing their Brazilian soccer shirts. Very patriotic bunch. But yeah, we're here at the Mr. Price Pro Ballito. It's been 3 crazy days of surfing, eh, Gigs?
Man, we're into day 4. Every day's been a special day down here. We can see Elvis on screen in white walking back through the beach crowd. It's a very relaxed scene here. Not too many of the bodyguards and stuff that you see at some of the other events, but certainly relaxed. And we'll be looking to get an interview out of our heat winner shortly. We'll just wait for... right, so there we go. Let's go down to Tiago Perez, winner of that last heat.
Hey guys, I'm down on the beach with Tiago Perez. Tiago, good heat out there. You're currently ranked 25 in the world. How are you enjoying surfing these prime events?
Yeah, it's just a good training for me. I'm not really focusing on the WQS this year. Coming back from a long injury. So for me it's a good training, and it's good to be making heats and surfing more and more. And so it was a tough heat. Ettore is a very dangerous opponent here, very fast and precise and powerful surfer. So I was kind of scared at the end of the heat, but luckily the waves were on my side and I made it.
Well done, Tiago. And are you traveling with anyone?
Yeah, I'm traveling with my good friend Federico Moraes. He's just starting on the QS now, and I think I'm a good company for him because I've got some years on the tour. So.
And he's actually coming up pretty soon in the event. Do you have any advice for him?
Yeah, he's on next heat, third heat. He's just a very good surfer, so there's not much I can say. He's good in airs, so should try some airs for sure.
Awesome. Thanks, Tiago, and well done for winning your heats. Thank you.
All right, so Andy, thanks for those interviews. A couple nice words there from Tiago. One of them showing the countryman sort of custodianship over the younger Portuguese surfer. Here we go for the opening exchange here. Kaio Belly and screen. I think we did get a ride from Thomas Hermes as well. Short one for Kaio Belly. 2 Brazilians in this heat. We're just speaking about sort of national bonding and that. You heard there Tiago kind of helping out his younger Federico Moraes countryman. Let's have a look at a replay of the opener here.
Yeah, just that first big gaff in the lip there, and then that second big bang. You saw those fins coming right out the water. Thomas has been surfing so solid throughout this contest. This is going to be a serious heat in our hands. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, both of these surfers kind of, physically in their stature, very, very tightly packed together. It's not like it's not the giant versus the dwarf here. They're both kind of the same height and weight. Even a similar approach, both of these guys, to their forehand surfing.
Yeah, for sure. Thomas seems more the solid type of surfer, more the on-rail, top to bottom. Kaya Belly opting to go for the air a lot, the more innovative, youthful guy coming out of Brazil. We've been seeing Felipe Toledo, his name's been coming up and up again, doing some of the most crazy, innovative airs I've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Kaio Belly, a former world junior champion, I think he won that in Indonesia, in Bali.
No, he won in Burley Heads.
Oh, at Burley, okay. So, but he's touted to be a star from a few years back already. So we are expecting big things from him. That opening exchange, though, Wok does go in favour of Thomas Hermes. A 6-3-3 for the surfer in red. Kaio Belly, small little warm-up score of a 2-6-7. Maybe we'll get a replay again of the opener of red because it's not too far back on the timeline. A 6.33, it's the best of the openers, Wok.
Yeah, for sure. Thomas, just doing the 2 turns there. The second turn being the big giant turn, the money turn. You saw those fins coming right out the water, smashing the lip really hard. But let's have a quick look here at that replay, Gigs.
Yeah, as we look at the way Thomas explodes on the tail end, here he goes. So crack, first turn. You can see a little bit of break-up in that wave face. He negotiates it well, Wok, but this is what you were talking about. Right there, bang. Puts the exclamation mark on the end. A 6-3-3 from the judges. It's wave 1 under the belt.
Yeah, there we go. We see Thomas coming out of that. Is this it's surfing right as we speak?
Yep, back to live surfing here. Your surfer in red, Hermes. Oh, a nice working over the lip there. It's going to be a little throwaway score, but he is keeping momentum, and we've seen a couple people suffer from being a touch too choosy out here as well this morning, Wok. So Hermes with a high work rate going to work here with 22 minutes remaining.
Yeah, for sure. I think, Thomas with that 6-3-3 already on the board. He knows for sure that Kaio Belli is probably going to look for the air today. That's the thing, Gigs. Kaio could take off on 10 waves to get 8 twos, but 2 eights just by landing 2 giant, front side rotation airs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if we look at the way that Tiago Perez took the victory out of the previous heat, nothing in the air, everything out on the face, carving, and it's kind of like Hermes has just picked up on what Tiago Perez successfully wrapped up that heat victory last heat, and he's already nailed that 6-3-3. Just strong calves on the forehand, nothing too overzealous, but getting the job done, nailing scores.
Yeah, for sure. I think with that 6-3-3 on the board already, he should be sitting quite comfortable. You can play that waiting game now. We are at man-on-man stage of competition, so there will be priority. But there we go. We see Kaio Belli just getting a little bit stuck on that hanger right there.
Well, the other point to note is that in the previous heats exchange, Haito Alves got his best score with just, again, big, strong turns. And the minute he went for the air, he came unstuck. So will Kaio Belli just try and work with some power rail surfing, or is he going to go to the air high risk and, well, obviously high reward if it succeeds? But, gee, we've seen people going down this morning with this backwash and slightly tricky conditions on the inside walk.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to have to see. The waves are a lot more consistent than we've had over the last 3 days. As I said, someone like Kaio who's chasing those scores. Here we have live surfing. There goes Kaio again. Just that first big crack off the top, going quite vertical, snapping back into the pocket. A small inside wave, but I don't think he'll be happy with that.
No, I think he's trying to figure a groove out here in the lineup. Hermes opening with a 6-3-3, a small backup of a 2-2-7. And, Kaio Belli, wave number 3 we've just seen there. Probably his best single maneuver on that crack on wave 3. We'll get a little replay of that so we can technically go through it with you at home. But judges are going to drop a score now for wave 3 of Kaio Belli. Let's have a look at this one, Wok.
Yeah, straight to the bottom. Bang, straight up the top. Coming out vertical, and then that big snap back into the pocket. Lots of rail. And then just another quick little slash, but nothing really. The wave not really opting much for him, Gigs.
No, absolutely. I mean, if anything, wave selection there can come under some scrutiny. It's a 3-8-3. It appears in his top 2 for now, Wok. 19 and a half minutes remaining. He'll be going back out there looking to pick up something with a lot more wall on it.
Yeah, Thomas now in pole position. He has the priority. Already a 6-3-3 under his belt. Gigs, if he lands another 7, he's going to put some serious pressure here on Kaio.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we saw how Tiago Perez in the previous heat built scores in the 6s and 7s ranges, and he did that with just strong forehand calves. So, Thomas Hermes, opening ride, a 6-3-3. We might even ask for a relook of that. It's about 10 minutes back in the action. And we could have a look at how he achieved that 6-3-3. If he just kind of redoes that whole game, he's holding priority. I can see the boys moving into position here, having a look at some potential. Just some calves, basically. 2 turns got that 6-3-3 for Thomas Hermes on his opening ride.
Yeah, for sure. All you need to do is just another 2 turns. Even if it's a mid-range or it's a 5, it's just gonna put that pressure on Kai, and that's what he wants to do. You know, with that man-on-man stage of competition, it kind of seems more of like a head game at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I mean, you know, Kai Belly's the guy that can just go straight into the 8s and 9s. But let's have a look at this is that opener. Very, very strong angles there from him. Keeps the board moving through. And this is the money shot right here, Wok. Actually, we're watching wave 2. This is the 2.27. This is not his opener. So incomplete there, just a throwaway score. We didn't get a look at the 6-3-3, but it's that forehand attack. Let's have a look and see where Kai Belly goes with this one. To the air.
Oh, there we go, straight to the air.
And we said he can reach in the draw and start pulling out some top-end scores. Well, there you go. Now it's going to become an exchange between Abeli and Hermes. Here we go. Thomas cracking away with the carve. And he finds a little gutter to work with here. He's going to make the link as well, Wok, through to the inside. So that's a very good exchange.
Wow, that was some seriously good surfing right there.
Yeah, so 2 approaches to earning scores there. We'll get both of those on the replay, Wok. One's out in the air. The other one's carves and links and smashes. Let's see how these 2. You at home, let us know what you think as well. But having a look at that one, straight out, rotation, clean. Gets everything free and in the air, and then the camera swings straight onto the answer from Thomas Hermes. Little bowl. Whacks it nicely there, Wok.
Yeah, right in the pocket, coming out, and then look how much speed he gets out of this. Just this last turn is the money turn. Bang. I love how much speed and projection he gets off that. 2 totally different waves, Kaio and Thomas. One opting for the air, one doing that proper rail-to-rail surfing in the pocket, tight and critical. You know, it could be kind of a similar score, I think.
I think it's 2 approaches to almost the same result. The judges, no sign of any activity for it. They're probably thinking it all through. And maybe we'll even ask nicely. We could probably go slow-mos on both of those while we got a little lull out in the ocean. Let's try and compare some technicals on those because, like you said, our impression is that they're going to be very, very evenly matched in that exchange there, Wok. Let's have a look firstly at Kaio Abeli's reach out into the air.
I like how, look what he does to his tail. He tweaks it so much. You can see where his eyes are. They're facing that beach. He knows exactly where his board's going. Spins around perfectly. The stance a lot more wider, just able to stomp those big ones.
Yeah,
this is live surfing here.
Live surfing from Thomas as he heads for the... He's also reaching out into the air, and successfully too, might I add. So a little flurry of activity. So, live surfing. Answer back now, Kaio Belly. Let's see what you got. Vertical snap. He does the vertical interpretation. Goes down at the end there. Wow. A little bit of energy and action. If we go back to that previous exchange, Wok, I'm going to stick my neck out and say Kaio Belly may get a slightly better score because on the slow-mo there, it's a big air.
It was a massive air.
And Hermes was doing carves on a very, very small wave. Let's have a look here. Wow. This is part of that previous exchange, still waiting for scores. And it kind of falls apart here, Wok. The downside to this, it's technically perfect, but it is a smallish wave. And it kind of does run into a little gutter there. Great hit at the end.
Yeah, there we go. I like those fins coming out the back. It just kind of just gets it more to the judges who they like that type of stuff. We're seeing scores drop 7th.
Well, it's a previous exchange that we're busy dissecting with you here, folks. I did stick my neck out and say
you were right
Abeli's air. 7.6 for the aerial for Kai Abeli on the previous ride. Scores dropping in for that previous exchange. It's a 7.6 in favor of Abeli, a 6.77 for Hermes. And then, of course, now judges owe us for the last little exchange. So we'll see if we can pull out some replays on that. We're getting the boys in the studio working hard. Judges are working hard. The action's coming in little flurries here.
Yeah, for sure. I think when we slowed down that air of Kai Abeli's, you actually saw, it was almost like a body talk. And his whole tail came out and tweaked so much. And it almost seemed like he just went higher and higher as he came off the lip.
Yeah, I think that replay actually showed a little higher elevation.
Yeah, that's the onshore coming in.
Than what appeared in live. So little scores will pepper in for the last exchange. I don't think they're going to have a big consequence at this stage with 14 minutes remaining. Wok, it's a tight race between Hermes and Abeli here.
Yeah, for sure. Just those 2 6s from Thomas, but Kai is sitting with that high 7. Only needing a 5.5. He has a replay.
This is where he goes to the air now, Wok. So through the section he goes, and Well,
Yeah, not the full rotation, not as tweaked, not as innovative. The alley-oop, more of a simpler air than some of those big 360 rotations that you see. More of the safer air, as I should say.
Yeah.
But no doubt a difficult maneuver, as I'm saying,
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I mean, let's ask nicely for a slow-mo of that, because nice rotation through the air. Judges haven't thrown out a score for Thomas yet on that thing. It's going to come in, I'm saying 5 to 6 points. I see a 5, I see a 5-5, I see a 4-8. That's why I'm the commentator, not the judge. Walk. It is dropping in. Maybe we get a replay on it as that score arrives on the scorecard as well. Here we go.
Yeah, we see him hitting it off the lip. It was on that quite heavy spot of the section. Not as high, as difficult as it was. The judges aren't kind of rewarding those big airs unless they are full rotations anymore. You see Felipe, he set the bar, and now you got to kind of match yourself up against stuff like that.
The one thing that's revealed in that slow-mo there is that in the landing, he hasn't gone through the full rotation either. So, judges will say it's a 4.87. It doesn't appear in his top two, but he is still the heat leader, Walk, leading with a pair of 7s, a 6.77 and a 6.33. For those of you who do have that score tab on the bottom of your screen, it's Hermes leading with Arbelli in white lying second. But just a 5.5 Walk for Kaya Abeli. He took his time getting that 7.6. He's backing it up with a measly 3.83, so not a big ask for him with 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Kaya just needing a mere 5.5. You've seen the type of stuff that he can do. He is sitting with priority, and it almost looks like he's going to have maybe a little paddle here.
Well, boys are having a look. It looks like Red has priority. So up and riding. Thomas Herby's heat leader.
Oh!
Realizing that Kaya Abeli will be reaching for the air, so he's going to have a shot at it himself.
There we go. You see Thomas going for the air now. Not what he's been doing throughout the event so far. He's kind of been relying on those big, solid, in-the-pocket turns, those critical maneuvers. But I think he knows now that Kaya's going to the air. He got that 7.6 just off that one maneuver. So he's trying to say to himself, well, look, I've got 2 mid-range 6s. If in order for me to get into that 7.58 range and seal this deal, I might have to go to the air myself.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we saw Freestone a couple heats back going for the air. Let's have a look at the replay here. Walk, he gets it clean out. And right around, I think this is his 7.6 that we're looking at here from earlier. And you saw how
that was insane.
That got some dewdrops on it from the altitude. It was right up there.
Yeah, for sure. Not a full rotation as what we've been talking about, but he got that tail up so high. He kind of inverted it a little bit and almost landing just past 180 if you saw their gigs.
Yeah, and no reaching for the rail at any stage as well, so super difficult. Live action. The boys are starting to sniff out now. The clock's draining down. Sand in the timer running down to 10.5 minutes. Arbelli is looking for the 5.5, as we said. And I think he's going to still keep reaching. What we're seeing is right out the back on screen right now, a couple little white horses as the easterly sea breeze starts to blow. And Tide is doing the turn. We should get a couple nice sets pulsing in shortly. But for the first time, we've gone from virtually windless to a light onshore. So does that suit Kaya Abeli to go to the air with 10 minutes remaining?
Yeah, well, Kaya just kind of losing his priority there, taking from that quick in and out wave. Bit of a weird maneuver there. I don't know what he actually tried to pull there. Maybe thought the wave was actually going to be a big one or a good looking wave. But sometimes people don't like to have priority. They don't want that pressure on themselves. They like to chase waves, chase scores. So maybe that's what Kaya was kind of going for.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, you can always ask him afterwards, but certainly there is that advantage of holding the priority. I think maybe that wave just kind of, it showed up and he thought, well, you know what, this looks like an opportunity. Let me go sniffing. And as he sniffed, he lost the bone, so to speak. Let's have a look and see. Wide shot is showing a set approaching. Here we go. Hermes.
Oh, getting a little bit stuck over top there. Just a quick in and out.
All right, so now there's another one that's foxed the boys there. That wave looked like it was going to get some form, and it kind of just twisted itself apart. I have noticed sometimes that wave 2 of the set could be a touch cleaner. Here we go. Arbelli on wave 2.
Oh, that was sweet.
Was that vertical enough? It was a fantastic opener, but again, the rest of the wave runs off into broken zones. So nothing special in that exchange except for maybe a little visual look for us as we go to replays. I don't think either of that will appear in their top 2. Have a look how vertical he gets here, though, Wok.
Bang, throwing the whole tail out of the water too. How much spring did he get coming off that bottom?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first turns really sort of get the judges' attention going, doesn't it? Here we go. This is live. Thomas in and around a bowley section, sniffing around the tube area. It is breaking up now, Wok, in that onshore. So, kind of looking for tubes. Gee, I'm not sure if that's where you want to be.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a little bit harder now. The waves are a little bit more consistent. I think the tide should be turning around about now. So you kind of go through that dead patch of water where there's not really much happening. Luckily enough, there have been quite a few waves ridden in this heat, but some of the waves haven't been really that good, just opting just for the one turn, or a lot of them are fading out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the boys are working steadily through picking out waves. I mean, they're heading for 8 rods each. So, they are working, Wok. They're not just letting it sit there and ferment. Here we go. This is our belly. Now, he's looking for scores here, folks. Vertical first turn gets the judges' attention.
Oh!
Second one on an awkward-looking part of the wave, but he does nail it, Wok. Through to the end, and he just survives it. Now, that's that broken part that's been catching everybody, Wok. Gee.
Wow.
Stitching it together, Kaya Abeli looking for a 5.5. I think those first 2 turns.
Those first 2 turns were the ones.
Wow.
Those are pretty much, midnight right there.
Yeah, going straight up, straight down, especially as we go to the replay. You're going to look for, technically, very, very good surfing here from Abeli. Talk us through this one, Wok. Here we go.
There we go. Strong at the bottom. Bang. 12 o'clock. Coming out, throwing bigger spray, and then whop. Almost kind of going off the back there, but getting straight back onto another part of the wave. Quick snap. It's a little bit of water under his board, and then bang. 4 turns to finish. We haven't seen 4 turns all day, have we, Gigs?
No, hardly. He packs it all in the grocery basket for the judges, carries it to the till. Judges, ring that up. Let's see what you get as a total. Now, I'm going to ask for a replay of Last of White, Kaya Abeli, because you'll see how technically difficult it was for him to go up and into that second turn, Wok. I mean, the first one he cracked it, copybook stuff. But the way he linked it through, because the wave kind of let him down a bit there.
Yeah, 100%.
So let's have a look and go to slow-mo here.
So they're strong off the bottom. One single motion, bang, letting the fins out the back. And then here we go. This is straight up. Bah! You see
Well,
how the
there's
wave
almost no lip up there. I mean, he gets into a corner there, Wok, that's real tough. And then what about this little section here?
Quick crack there. And then see, almost just digs his nose in there. But still comes out of it with all that speed, and then bang. That's the last turn. A little bit safer, the last 2 turns, I'd say.
Yep.
But he just kind of wanted to finish strong. He's only looking for a 5.5. Anything, there we go. We see the first score dropping a 6-7, 6-5, 6-5. This is going to be quite a task now for Thomas Herms.
It's going to meet the requirements of a 5.5 and exceed it by, it seems, a full point. 5.5, well, just under 6 minutes remaining, as the clock says. 1 or 2 more judges to drop scores. We will have a new heat leader for now, Wok. Hermes will be paying attention as the score reaches out over Beach Broadcast. A 6.57 for Kaya Abeli. He is the heat leader. Now Thomas Hermes. Bit of pressure now. 7.41 required for the man in red.
Yeah, Thomas looking for that 7.41. So, quite a high, almost excellent wave score you need in order to win this heat now over Kaya. We're sitting on the 5-minute mark almost. Thomas here with the priorities. He's going to have to sit and wait for one big bomb or try go for one crazy air.
Absolutely. If you've just logged on and you're fresh on as a viewer, it's welcome to day 4 of the Mr Price Pro here at Ballito, a prime surfing event. We are in round 4, heat 2. This is where the guillotine does start to drop. We are losing surfers again in this round. We've had to say goodbye to Haito Elvis in the previous heat. Who do we say goodbye to? You've logged on to us with just under 5 minutes to go. Kaya Abeli with a late comeback is in the lead over Thomas Hermes' fellow countryman. The 2 Brazilians battling for a spot in the top 16 here, Wok. It's a 7.41 required for Thomas Hermes. Now, what does he do? Does he go to the air? Or does he look for a face and power carve away? I mean, it's obviously got to work with whatever comes his way. But you saw Kaya Abeli reach for the sky, 7.6 for a big aerial, and then go to sort of carving maneuvers and work that pocket through for a 6.57. Our leader is in control.
Yeah, look, 5 minutes ago before Kaya's last wave, I would have said to myself, Thomas, you need to go to the air in order to make this heat. But as we saw Kaya's last wave, he did 4 massive turns. 2 big straight ups, and we know that's what Thomas's game is. He likes those big hooks right deep in the pocket. So all he pretty much needs is a good enough wave to allow him to do those maneuvers.
Yeah, well, two details to talk about here is the slight increase by a knot or two on the onshore, well, almost a side shore onshore wind coming from left to right on your screen. That's going to make for aerial opportunities. But at the same time, that little crumbly onshore is might just be costing the wave quality just a touch. So you got to weigh up those two details, and those guys will be doing that subconsciously sitting out there right now. 3.5 minutes remaining walk. Thomas Hermes, I'm assuming, will be in priority. Maybe we get a look at the cubes from one of the beach cameras. First priority, I'm sure, would belong to Thomas Hermes now.
Yeah, I think Thomas does have priority. We're sitting on the 3-minute mark now. He's definitely going to need a big enough set. He's obviously playing the waiting game. He can't really take off anything small right now in order to get that 7.5 score. As we see, Red has priority, so that is Thomas Hermes, followed by Kaya. What do you think, Eggs? It's getting down to the buzzer.
Wok, I've learned not to think much in the end, because sometimes my opinions don't mean a whole lot. 2 minutes 45 on the clock. We got to give you as many facts as possible, and one of them is that Kaya Abeli, your man in white on screen, on the left of screen, is your leader. He's done it with a 7.6 for an aerial, fantastic air, and then he backed it up with power carves and links through the bowls. Difficult wave for him. Technically, he really did a good job to get a 6.57. And Thomas Hermes, man in red, looking for a 7.41 walk. He's holding a pair of sixes, a 6.77 and a 6.33.
We see some paddling, yeah.
Yeah, he's got to reach into the sevens now. Couple sets approaching the boys. Just a little over 2 minutes, Wok.
Yeah, one thing I have noticed throughout this competition is that the best surfing actually happens in the last 2 to 3 minutes of the heat. The most exciting part of the heat is, the countdown. So here we see, looks like Kaya paddling.
Well, Kaya Belly under priority. Wave 2. He's behind that curtain somewhere. As a surfing audience, we always just hold our breath, for something crazy to happen. Nothing there on offer. That's a complete throwaway score. Maybe worth a little replay just for the fun of it. But Thomas Hermes having a little sniff there. So throws away his priority walk. 90 seconds remaining. Level playing field now for Hermes.
Oh, there's a paddle battle. There's a
little paddle battle going on. You can see both surfers furiously kicking and scratching. Ian Buchanan is the man on the top floor that is awarding the priority. So an important junction in the heat right now. 1:15 remaining. Let's have a look at the replay here. There's not much. This is where he pulls behind the curtain here, Wok. Ducks down, hunches the shoulders. Looking to break through that bowl. Nothing happens, though. It's a throwaway.
Yeah, that was a bit of a little bomb barrel there. He's just trying to get his... obviously, just trying to get more and more waves. Keep putting that pressure on Thomas. Thomas taking off on the wave just behind him, but it was a quick in and out. And then we kind of battled to see who was going to win that paddle battle to get the priority.
Yeah, so a fruitless exchange turns into a paddle battle at the end here. 45 seconds to go. I'm not sure if holding priority or not will make any difference. I've just got a feeling we might be going into a little lull rhythm here. Both surfers in position on the main peak. Not sure who's got priority at this stage. 30 seconds on the clock. We'll just watch with intent here. A little overview there. We spoke about the conditions just kind of on the change now with the turn of the tide. And I don't think we're going to see much surfing action here as we head towards the final few seconds.
Yeah, you can see Thomas just scouring the lineup, looking for anything right now in order to get that score. Unfortunately, the waves have gone a little bit more flat, as you said, with that tide stopping. As we see the countdown, 3, 2, 1.
This thing counts down, and I see some movement from Thomas Hermes in red, but it's not going to work. So there we go. Let's cut to an ad break. Wok, the winner of that heat, Kaya Belly, will catch up with us shortly. We're off to an ad break. All right, so welcome back for those of you who've just logged on. It's a warm welcome, and it is a warm welcome, probably around 28 or 29 degrees centigrade here on the beaches of Ballito. It's day 4 of the Mr Price Pro here at Willard Beach. We're about 50 kilometers north of Durban, up just a 25-30 minute drive from the beaches of Durban itself, out on the north coast. Beautiful part of the world. Make a point of getting here at some stage for a surf trip. Right now, you are joining us with Matt Banting. up against Pirello in white. Walk, another loaded heat, mate.
Yeah, this is definitely one of this for me is one of the most exciting heats to watch. Two of the lightest surfers on tour, two of the most innovative surfers on tour, Banting versus Pirello, the American versus the Aussie. Banting's already won a 6-star this year, Giggsy, in Newcastle in Australia. He's sitting really high up in the ranks at the moment, looking to make that qualification for the WCT. Pirillo won a QS a few years back. I'm not sure. Might have been last year. Oh, it was last year actually at in Mexico. And then we'll see. Just hopefully these guys get some waves and we can see the best surfing out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. So, judges have been paying attention to technical detail, and Matt Banting is probably, I'm going to call him Dr. Matt Banting from now on because he's a surgeon. He's real precise about everything that he does. And I'm going to step out the booth. I'm going to get Joe back in the saddle riding here. And he'll be joined by Ryan Callanan. So stay with us. Let's flick to a quick ad break as we lock and load the booth here for a new pair on commentary.
Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Ballito, an exciting day of action as we continue with the one-on-one format as we introduce a very special guest, Joe Chappelle, alongside Australia's own Ryan Callanan. Ryan, thanks for coming in.
Hello, Joe. Great to be here.
Yeah, well, you've had an interesting trip so far to South Africa. As we get started with this one, here's Matt Banting from Port Macquarie, takes a step over the inside corner, and he hops out. First, Ryan, let's talk about your experience so far at the Mr. Price Pro. Looks like we're going to get caught up with some replays, so hang on to that. Dylan Pirillo versus Banting in this one-on-one heat, and we'll check out this replay. It was a start of Pirillo.
Yeah, Dylan looks like a big set wave. I'm actually staying with Dylan. We've got a cool little setup thing going on, so that was a good start to the heat for Dill.
Crazy little section, airdropped off the lip to get an early start to this heat. How long have you known Dylan, and how'd you guys end up staying together for this trip?
I've known him for a while. We've done little trips filming here and there, but me and him and Cruzy were going to stay together, but then Cruzy stayed by himself, and here's Matt Banting on his opening one. Also a nice one, just coming off a win in Carbo too, the 6-star. But I think Dylan's will be a bit better. He got a finish, and Matt got the first 2 turns, but not quite the last one.
Well, pretty exciting as we see a panned out shot. It looks like we'll have another wave ridden in just a moment here. We'll bring you to the start to that one in just a second, but it looks like we have our post-heat interview all lined up. We'll send it down to the beach with Andy Van Zyl.
Hey guys, I'm on the beach with Kaio Bieli. Kaio, this is a fantastic result for you, one of your best for the year. It's really going to shoot you up the rankings. You must be super stoked.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I thank God for the wave. I got the 6. I was struggling a little bit out there, so it's the second time that I tried this board and feel a little bit weird and good at the same time, so I was trying to figure out everything, and I'm happy I got the last wave and got the score. And definitely it's my best result, so I just hope keep doing good here.
And it's never nice to knock out a fellow countryman, but you Brazilians are doing pretty well in this contest.
Yeah, Thomas was ripping the whole contest, and I knew it would be a hard one, and I'm really happy to make it through this one and go to the next round.
Well, it was a brilliant heat to watch, and is there anything you want to say to your family watching back home?
Obrigado a toda a minha família que está em casa, obrigado a Deus, mandou a última onda ali, tá amarradão, meu melhor resultado esse ano. Valeu.
Thank you. Well done, Kai.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Kaio, for putting on a great performance. You could tell he was breathing a big sigh of relief. He had to get a comeback wave to turn that one around, as he will have a crazy matchup with Felipe Toledo in the round of 16 as this one continues. We had a wave ridden right before the interview. This is last of Matt Banting, Ryan.
Yeah, nice first turn. Kind of, great second turn. It hits that kind of side part of the bank where it goes really shallow and you get a little wedge across. So, he kind of found a nice connecting one.
Open with a 3.0. That'll be the second scoring ride for Matt Banting. One more to average it out, and he'll take the lead from Dylan Pirillo. It's a 5.67. You mentioned Banting came off another 6-star win recently in Cabo. Ryan, you were down there. What's your take on Banting's performance on that right-hander?
Yeah, it was, here's another one of Banting. His, nice quick reverse there. But his winning Cabo was, pretty good. He seemed like he got the wave, pretty dialed, and he was just, doing what he had to every heat to get through. He'd just get 2 7s or a 7 and an 8, and just kind of, he was really on fire. And that's his 6-star win of the year. So, he's looking pretty well. Good to qualify this year.
A solid start for Matt Banting. Now Dylan Perillo goes for the fin ditch, and he's down. He did start with a 4.67, so he needs a 4.51 to take the win at this point. 23 minutes still to go, and this is an elimination round once again. Banting is having a look on this peak, Ryan.
Yeah, it looks like a nice wave. It's hard to tell in the webcast, and it's a closeout. But there's definitely some good ones out there. If you get the nice wedge that kind of comes in and runs down and doesn't close out too quick or go too small, then, there's some good scores to be had.
Well, going back to you, Ryan, you came out in the round of 96 with a pretty crazy matchup. You had a draw with Connor Coffin, Hizanomi Botero, and Mitch Colburn, where you were able to take the big win. Were you feeling really confident at that stage?
Yeah, I was feeling pretty good. I actually had Colburn in my heat in Cabo as well, and he beat me. But, it was it was good to get a win.
As we check out the replay, this is that little throw tail reverse. Seems like Banting can do these on any wave, anywhere around the world. It's a smaller air reverse. How do you like comparing air reverses these days? What do you look for when you look for a big air section like that?
Yeah, that section looked really tricky, sucky and a bit small. He only got a 3.5 for it. So, I think they're really looking for height these days and how much you spin and where you land, and, everything kind of comes into it. But it kind of seems like they're going back to that power surfing as well. Like, if you do 2 big cracks on a set wave, then you're going to get an 8 too. So it's, it's really good to see how well-rounded the judging is going.
It's good times in professional surfing here in 2014. Dylan Perillo starts with a 4.67. What are your favorite aspects of Dylan surfing, what you've seen so far in trips and in competition?
His style is really nice. He's from Malibu, and so he kind of grew up on right point breaks, and, just watch him go down the line and, draw off the bottom, and nice carves and great throw tails and stuff. He's really progressive, but he's got a really nice style too.
Now, staying with Dylan, as he's still progressing, how has it been with you guys back at the house? Is he pretty focused on the task at hand, or does he seem pretty cruisy at this point?
Actually, this event is the first ever prime heat he made. So he was pretty stoked after the first round to just get through one heat. I think he's done about 4 or 5. So, and then I think it's just been, it hasn't really changed much. We've cooked some dinners and, been stretching in the night and the morning, and, just surfing, sticking to a little routine. So it's been actually really cool, to see, we're pretty similar people. He's a bit, I don't know, we're both really laid back, and so it's cool that, he's focused, but doesn't take it too seriously.
Now that becomes a pretty fun atmosphere. Perillo just for the 4.67. He needs a 4.51. Both these guys have a lot in common. Banting won the 6-star in Cabo. Perillo won that same 6-star the year before. It was a breakthrough win for Dylan. He took out Bayrick de Vries that year, but you can see the confidence in the celebration on the podium. He's a pretty quiet guy, but you can see it really meant a lot to him to get the confidence in that winning feeling. Here goes Matt.
Yeah. Nice flow to the start, and I'd say he's looking for an air section. There he goes, big throw tail, but into the dead bit.
How did you know, Ryan? How did you know that was coming?
I think they've been scoring airs pretty high, so they everyone's been looking, and with the wind coming up, it's perfect. There's perfect little ramps out there, so I think everyone's kind of looking towards the air.
Well, you remember the 6-star a couple years before at the Oz Open when it was about 1 foot, and Matt Banting was devastating in small little sections. Let's take another look. What'd you like about this wave?
I just like the flow and how he kind of just linked everything together. He didn't rush it. He just got, he did what the wave kind of allowed him to do, and he didn't try to force anything more.
So Banting on a roll, catching the most waves so far. His best, a 5.67. That one's yet to be scored. He's trying to better a 3.5 with still 20 minutes left on the clock. Coming up next, we'll have Timmy Reyes out there against Federico Moraes, 2 natural footers. You've spent a lot of time with Freddie in the past, going on some trips. You guys share the same sponsor. Before we get to that heat, let's go back to Dylan's last wave.
Yeah, we didn't actually see this one. Big opening turn, huge, throw the tail out the back, and then a nice carve slide. I think, for me, that's going to be the best wave of the heat. There was 2 huge turns.
Now Matt Banting down the line, setup work off the top, kind of a chunky section is going to hold him behind. So just a big closeout turn for Banting. He has 2 scores to come, but Dylan Perillo making things really exciting with that big blow tail to start. Seems like that turn became pretty popular a few years ago, but there's not a whole lot of guys that bring it to competition surfing every heat.
Yeah, like I was saying, Dylan's style, he really allows himself to do those big turns often, like just coming off the bottom really hard and like releasing the tail like he did then, and then that second carve was really nice, slid the tail a bit at the end. Unfortunately, the wave died out, but it was great first 2 turns. Scores coming through. Looks like it's going to be easily the best wave of the heat at a 6.5.
Spot on, Ryan, on your call. 6.5. He's in the lead now. Dylan Perillo takes the lead as we slow down the last bottom turn from Matt Banting.
Yeah, that wave was tricky. It kind of bottomed out on him, and then there was ribs in the wave and just went a bit quick and closed out.
So a shorter ride for Banting as he's still tacking on the wave count. That'll be wave number 7 for him, as he only needs a 5.51 to take the lead. The big topic of this year, Ryan, has been that new rule with the 4-man priority in the opening heats. You took a win in your opening round heat. Are you a guy that's a big fan of this big change in surfing with the 4-man priority?
Yeah, I think it's the best thing that's happened to the QS ever, really. It takes out the hassling. I feel like the level of surfing's gone up. Like, it just eliminates everything. It kind of goes back to, obviously, you still have to pick the good waves, but it's more on how well you surf and, like, how well you surf the waves that you get, instead of, like, you could get 2 small scores and then just sit on someone, So I'm really happy with how it's all working out.
Do you think that kind of new formula will help guys like, watch this though, Matt Banting on a bowly one on the inside,
Nice
speed
first
snap
turn.
off the top, foam climb finish, and he maintains control.
Yeah, that was really well surfed. I don't know. I'd say it'll go into his top 2, but I don't think it'll be the best wave of the heat, but it was still a nice one.
So well done for Matt Banting, making sense of this lineup, taking off on a lot of opportunity. How'd you like his first turn?
Yeah, the first turn was nice. It was kind of down the line. He threw a lot of spray, but then the wave just ran away from him. But it was really sucky. He did really well to ride out of that last maneuver.
Well, you come from a different part of Australia than Matt Banting. How often did you get to see him growing up?
I saw him in a lot of junior contests. He was still a couple of years younger than me even, but he's about 4 hours north of me. As we see Dylan's last wave, it's a nice first turn off the top, and then another big slide. This one, Dylan's looking good this heat.
Really sharp. His last 2 waves have been insane. His wave before, he started with a huge blowtail, a lot of control into a wrapping cutback, but he's always completing his rides. Multiple turns on smaller waves. He's looking to better a 4.67 to strengthen his lead. And it's the cool part about Malibu is he has a lot of options where he grew up surfing. There's those dreamy kind of classic old school right-hand point breaks, but he's got some heavy beach breaks that end up looking like this on small days. This is the last of Banting one more time.
Yeah, that first turn was beautiful. But, if that wave held up and he did a couple more of them, it could have been a really big score. At the moment, he needs a 5.51. I don't personally think it'll be quite that. But, especially with Dylan's next score coming in, it'll be interesting to see what he needs after Dylan's last wave.
Well, we talk about a lot as far as talent's concerned and what maneuvers certain surfers can do in competition, catered to certain conditions. As a competitor, Ryan, how much time do you spend learning the numbers? And do you ever try to kind of judge heats when you're watching to see what the judges are looking for?
Yeah, of course. I think if you're sitting up there and watching a heat, if someone gets a wave, you're going to try and guess what it is, especially if you're sitting with a bunch of friends or something. Everyone kind of has a little, it's like a competition almost. So, you're always looking at what maneuvers score and what waves are the best. And, just to sit up in the competitors area and watch it for so long, and then you kind of know, and you got to surf the wave too, though, to get the feeling of when you're out there.
Well, it definitely feels like you're spot on with the criteria right now. Not enough for Lasta Banting, but he's up again. Big carb to start. Needs a 5.51 on this thing. Nice top turn wrap. Inside corner showing up for Matty Banting. He'll blast it, throwing a nice little power punch on the finish. Nice sink between turns and lighting it up from start to finish. He needs a 5.51 there, Ryan. What do you think?
Yeah, we're still waiting on Last of Dylan's to come in, but this wave was beautiful. Huge first carve. Perfect, precision and timing. Second one got a bit caught up, but then this last turn looked really hard, and he just really threw buckets of spray and, made it work for him. I think it'll be a really, really good score. Maybe, I don't know whether it'll be an excellent score, but maybe 6, 5, 7s.
So looking forward to that last number to drop in for Dylan Perillo. He will be improving a 5.67 for Perillo. Now Banting needed a 6.51 on that last wave, but it'll be a fair effort to try to turn the lead at this point. 13.50 on the talk. We'll look at another replay of last of Dylan Perillo.
Yeah. He kind of got caught a little bit on that first turn. This second turn, he slid around and went backwards for a bit, and then it kind of went a bit tricky, but he did really well to, hold on and complete the wave. I think Banting's wave might get the score personally. Back to what we were saying about a little competition of judging. I think he's going to get a 6.5 at least. So Dylan's probably going to need another score.
So big moment for Matt Banting as he started off with that 5.67 on his second wave, had a few threes in between. Perillo took over the lead, and we might see our first lead change with the 13 minutes still to go here in heat number 3. Paddling into this next wave, we could see another great start to a wave. It looks like it could be Perillo trying to mix it up and going off the bottom like a big finish way out in the distance. We'll try to bring this last wave for red, then we'll show you that complete ride we saw in the distance. Here's Matt Banting, Ryan.
Yeah, this is that wave from before again, Comparing his and Dylan's last is a 5.67, I think it's going to be a really big score. But we saw a panned out shot of Dylan Perillo's wave, so I'm interested to see what his next wave looks like because it looked pretty good panned out.
So a nice battle continues. This is one of the heats we were looking forward to as we saw it match up earlier this morning. One more to drop in for Banting. Now we'll get a closer look at Perillo.
Yeah, it kind of was a bit flat at the start, but he gets over that first bit, and he's got 2 turns, and then this last big hit off the top. I feel like the judges have been liking big finishes, so that could be a good score for Dylan.
Well, he's able to keep his rail all the way through that end section. A dynamic finish showing his power and control, and an amazing read of that wave. You notice that first section got soft, but he matched it with a turn that fit that section. He wasn't trying to oversurf any part of the wave, but looked dynamic throughout his points.
Yeah, that was really well surfed there from Dylan. Tricky wave, especially with the wedges coming through. It's hard to pick one that allows you to get 3 turns, and he did that. Banting's last wave just got the score. He needed a 6.51, and he got a 6.57, so he takes the lead, but we'll see what that last one of Dylan's comes in. It looks like it's going to be huge.
A massive score for California's Dylan Perillo. One more to average out. It's an 8.5. He gets the lead back. Banting down to second, who now needs an 8.44. Matt Banting, number 3 on the QS rankings, coming into this prime event and looking to try to get on into the round of 16. But Perillo making things very interesting. You look at Perillo's score line, most of the waves he's taken off on, he's turning into a decent number. Even the short rides he's had, he's good for at least a couple turns.
Yeah. Here, it really, as they say, he's building a house. He's got a 4, a 6, a 5, and then an 8.5. And his is 8.5 too. This first section goes a bit flat, and he still does a big, nice carve. Keeps his speed over this wedge that I was talking about before, and gets a nice snap with a bit of spray. And then this last turn was just crazy off the foam.
Showing his power and complete control. We've seen so many falls on the closeout section throughout the day today, but Dylan Perillo hangs on. One of the better numbers we've seen on this day, 8.5. One judge went as high as a 9-point ride. We're down to the 10-minute mark. Matt Banting needs an 8.44. Ryan, for you, if you need an 8.44 with 10 minutes on the clock, how do you change gears, or do you change at all?
I don't know. I needed an 8.4 yesterday. And, with the 4-man, it was a little bit different. It was I didn't have first priority the whole time, but I should have been a bit more patient and waited for the set and just tried to, do a few big turns, and I think that would have been better. But I think Matt Banting really needs to wait for a good wave, and then like his last wave, if he gets another one like that, but maybe throws an air on the end or even at the start, it's going to be a huge score. And Banting's in such good form that I feel like he could get it quite easily.
So a fun scenario unfolding, and we can reflect back on that round of 48 heat if you don't mind, Ryan. I know it was a tough one there. You start off with a nice 6.67. And do you look back on the heats where you end up losing to try to learn something from it? Is that important every time you lose, or can you kind of forgive yourself sometimes and move on?
Yeah, sometimes there's nothing you can do, but as we see White paddling out the back, he's trying to better that 6.5, big first turn. I think he's going to look for an air. He's been all our free surfs, he's been trying heaps of airs lately. So, but then he gets into heats and he just does like a couple turns. So it's interesting to watch how he changes from heats to free surfs.
Well, in a lot of the clips we've been seeing at Perillo, in the last couple of years, I guess going back a couple of years, he's one of those guys that had the slob reverse down pat. That seemed to be like his signature go-to air. Is he still doing that one? What was he practicing in the free surfs?
I'd say he's still got it in his bag of tricks for sure. I didn't see him try it too often, but I saw him land one or two pretty big airs. He's actually got a trip after this just around these parts, so I'm sure they'll get some really fun waves and he'll show us what he can do.
Yeah, Dylan Perillo kind of had that rad search program going when he first got to that point when he was traveling around the world, just getting good waves, but now mixing it up with big events now as he's focused on getting that confidence going in a prime. And as an interesting note you brought up, that was his first heat win in a prime in the round of 96, and you can see his confidence just building heat after heat against a guy like Matt Banting, who's been the form surfer. He's the highest seeded surfer left in this event. It's a huge draw for Dylan, but he's out surfing him on every exchange. An 8.5 and a 6.5 for Perillo. Banting needs an 8.44. Here goes Perillo, Ryan.
Yeah, he's looking for the tube. Gets a little cover up, and then a big finish, just unable to stick that one. That's what I'm talking about. Like, it's so hard to keep your speed over that wedge into the straight and go straight up into the lip and then land it. Like that 8.5 he got, I believe, was because he went over that with so much speed and hit that huge section coming at him. So
we'll take another look at this barrel effort from Dylan Perillo right into the pit. He's able to punch his way out, and this is that end section you're talking about that's kind of tricky to hit. Sometimes it looks like a nice high road, but hard to come down with as those two waves collide on the inside corner. Judges aren't really liking that tube too much. Why don't you think he's getting a big score for that barrel?
It wasn't a super crazy hollow barrel. I think barrels will only get scored as like if it's like you don't think they're going to make it. It came in at a 3.17, so it was kind of the first part was really nice, but the second part kind of chandeliered and he had to punch through it and didn't come out clean, and then he fell off on the last turn. So I think the score was spot on.
So a 3.13 for this wave from Dylan Perillo, 6:20 on the clock. He's been working with Channel Island surfboards for the last few years, and he's he's from Malibu, but he's often spotted up in the Ventura range as we see a cool little family hanging out down here in South Africa. How many times have you been to South Africa, Ryan?
This is my second time.
Second time. Is it one of your favorite spots on tour?
I'm really enjoying my time here. I think it's a great place. I came once when I was like 18 and stayed at Beric de Vries's house, and this is only my second time back, and it's like 4 years later, and yeah, I love the place. It's great.
A lot of waves on offer. Have you and Dylan kind of surfed anywhere else, or when the contest is on, do you have to focus on the contest area?
We surfed the contest area a fair bit. We surfed the one a few points up. I think it's called Boggs, and we went down just like 10 minutes south to Westbrook or somewhere and surfed down there once or twice. So, we've been getting around, but it's mainly the contest bank for the contest.
All business, trying to get some points, and right now it's working out for Dylan Perillo against Matt Banting. He has an 8.5 and a 6.5. Banting's had 8 rides. His last wave was a 6.57. Needs an 8.44 to move on into the next one as we hit the 5-minute warning. Focusing on the Monster Energy tent downstairs. There's a lot of great places to hang out here on the scene on the contest site, but kind of focusing on your year, Ryan, do you mind giving us your schedule? I know it's probably hard to look down the stretch, but maybe the next month, what are you looking forward to?
I got the US Open coming up I've never been, so that'll be, I'm sure, an experience for me that I've heard so many things about it.
I think you're going to love it, Ryan.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going home for a little bit after, actually tomorrow. I've got a little shoot with Billabong when I get home, and then home for a bit, then US Open, then kind of, I might try and go to Indo at some point. I'd love to do a Mentali's boat trip or something. That would be, go stay at the Macaronis land camp. And then I'm kind of just focusing on the primes, and, there's the Portugal prime, then another month off, then another Portugal prime, then like a month, and then Brazil, and then the 2 Hawaii events. So that's kind of my schedule for the end of the year.
So it kind of sounds like for you, Ryan, it's like you have your set dates for your prime events and the contests that are stagnant and you have to make it to. And then you have some freedom to roam and chase some waves in between and have your sponsor obligations as well.
Yeah, for sure. I really enjoy doing both. So it's like I've got the contests that I have to go to, but in between it's kind of do whatever you want. So I kind of try and fit some trips in and film and do photos and all that stuff. And, it's really fun doing that too.
Kind of sounds like a dream year. Well done. And looking forward to seeing you surf at the US Open as we now focus in on 3.5 to go. This heat started off with a flurry. Both of them have a lot of opportunity. Dylan with 7 waves, Banting with 8 rides. Matt Banting needs an 8.44. Put us in Dylan Perillo's shoes right now. He has the lead. He has the best number in this heat. What's he supposed to do at this point to ensure victory, holding second priority?
Yeah, I think I'd go and sit next to Matt Banting. He's being really patient at the moment. He knows he needs a big score, an excellent score. So he's sitting out there waiting for the wave that's going to bring him an 8.44. But if I was Dylan, I'd probably be sitting next to him, because if you're in second and the guy in first is sitting right next to you, putting some pressure on you, then it makes it a bit more nerve-wracking, and you got to do the right thing.
There's a big part of this competition that's all on headspace, right? And psych-out techniques that is in all major sports around the world. I'm sure you've been the victim of that a few times, Ryan.
Yeah. Not even, it affects everyone, but some people it doesn't affect. Even you don't think it's affecting you, but like my heat yesterday, I had David DeCamo who was unlucky today and got injured in his heat, but he was just sitting next to me the whole time, and I needed like an 8.5, and I was taking small ones, and he kept looking but not going, and he had first priority and I had fourth, and it was kind of like it wigged me out a little bit, even though I didn't think at the time that it was. But he was like, I knew if a good one came and he was there, he was going to go, so I kind of had to keep going, trying to trick him into small ones, but it didn't work out for me.
So it's interesting to get that insight of what it's like in the lineup with, you have the priority exchanges, but you can still do a lot even if you're not holding priority, just to make people rethink their strategy. And we'll see if Perillo makes a move closer to Matt Banting. Looks like he's right next to him now. Perillo will take this wave under priority, go off the bottom, wraps one in the pocket. He's looking to finish strong. Another little top turn slash. Has a ton of momentum for a big finish. Drills it off the top, cracks it on the inside corner, and puts this thing to bed on the inside, just losing that little whitewater tap on the finish. Looks like a really well-surfed wave again from Perillo.
And he goes Banting behind him, just floating, holds on to that last one with a little claim too. He thinks he's got it.
We'll bring you the start of Matt Banting's ride to see what happened out the back. Perillo will be getting a score to try to better a 6.5. If he does that, Matt Banting will need more than his 8.44. Back to the drip replay. We'll take you to the start of Perillo's wave.
Yeah, I feel like it was really similar to his one before. He had that first quick carve, and then straight into this next little setup turn, and then this big jam off the top for the third. He just got another last one in here too, though, which could be the difference. It could be another huge score for Perillo. Matt Banting, we didn't see here's the start of his wave. Oh, big blowtail out the back. That was incredible, actually. And then just finishes it. I think that'll be a huge score too. This is going to be interesting with 30 seconds to go.
Such a contrast in their last waves when you compare both of them back to back, with Perillo with a nice drawn out wave. It started off with some size, airdropped it, carved it, was in sync, threw variety with his turns, had the crazy highlighted turn throwing his fins out the back, came out to add an extra turn after it. And then you compare that to just throwing that much risk and creativity, that nose-picking reverse that Banting has down pat. It was a fair effort to try to turn the heat. As we look at the numbers, the heat comes to a close. Perillo drops a 7.5 on his last, so Banting needed a 9.43 with his last wave.
Wow. I think it's going to be really close. You know, that first turn risk factor, and to throw a blowtail like he did and land it so smooth and then finish the wave, I think it was, it's going to be really close to a 9.5. Perillo, like we said, bettered his score. It wasn't quite as the third. It was very similar to his other one, but he didn't get quite the big turn. But
pretty crazy when you look at this heat on paper, living up to the expectations. This is the final wave. Banting needs a 9.43 here.
Yeah, he hit that so smooth and threw the tail so tweaked, and then landed perfectly into this floater and almost comes off, but just holds on. He's renowned for doing crazy stuff like that in heats as well. So I'm really excited to see how this heat turns out.
Well, Banting needs a 9.43. He went for the risk on the opening turn and threw a crazy nose pick reverse. It looks like the judges will take their time looking at the replays. The next heat is on hold as we wait for those numbers to start drifting in. We can see him now starting to drop. Banting gets an 8.43. It's not enough.
Wow.
Dylan Perillo takes the win, Ryan.
Yeah, I think he was a bit hard done by there personally. It's harder to tell in this little webcast booth, but that first turn was phenomenal. But well done to Dylan. He surfed a really smart heat, and I'm really stoked for him.
A crazy one in the books. We'll prepare for Timmy Reyes versus Freddie Marias. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back at the Mr. Price Pro after this. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro. Thanks so much, Ryan, for coming into the booth. He's going to be taking a break and enjoying the rest of the afternoon, and we'll be bringing back in local boy, Goofy Foot, former tour competitor, Warwick Wright, for the call as we have a great man-on-man matchup on paper. Timmy Reyes representing the United States versus Frederico Moraes from Portugal. Wak, how was your break? Welcome back.
Yeah, it was good. I didn't actually get to watch much of that last heat. How did it go down? I know Perillo won.
It was crazy to watch. Thanks for everyone watching around the world. Joe Chappelle with Warwick Wright, also known as The Wak. Wak, are you still doing your website, or are you taking a break?
Yeah, things got a bit messy there, a little bit too controversial sometimes. But yeah, when I get some good stuff to post and I get some good content, then I'll throw it out there. Yeah, I've been actually working a lot more surfing stuff than I usually do. But I think we're actually going to go to a quick interview here.
I'm on the beach with Dylan Perillo. Dylan, that was a very exciting heat in the last few minutes. You were looking pretty confident out there. How are you feeling?
I feel confident. That's what I look, yeah.
You were looking really stylish, and you've had a pretty good year. How does it feel to knock out Matt, who was pretty much on a winning streak?
Well, I actually haven't had such a good year, and he has. So I just thought if I go really fast on the wave and hit it twice or three times, I get the score.
Well, it definitely worked out for you. And what board are you riding in this event?
A 5.9 Channel Islands, 18 3/4.
Awesome. Well, it seems like it's working pretty well for you. Great to catch up with you, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Andy. And Dylan Perillo is such a character. He's just being a goofball right now, but he is on a roll. He said, yeah, Banting's been the guy on fire. Perillo had never made his opening heat in a prime before, and now he's into the round of 16. So he's feeling happy. He's having a laugh downstairs, and he has some amazing equipment. That board looks really incredible. But yeah, Wak, as you came back in, that last seat came down to the wire. Matt Banting did a crazy nose pick reverse to a floater to try to get a score to come back. He needed a 9.43, came a point short at 8.43, but made for an incredible show.
Yeah, for sure. I knew that was going to be the biggest heat of the round, or in my own opinion. I was saying earlier that, Banting and Perillo surf a lot alike, very fast and fly over those dead sections really well. You saw them over the last 2 days, during the bad surf. Both really innovative surfers, like to go to the air. Unfortunately for Banton going out, he needed that big result, but he walks away with 1,300 points. Good one for Perillo.
Well, a crazy one when you look at the role of Matt Banting. He was our highest seed left in the draw. He was number 3 coming into this event. You see how close that heat was. If he would have gotten the score, what kind of role he would have had. He probably would have taken over the rankings heading into the next event. The good thing for Banting, he's still on fire, and the great news for Perillo, he's never done this well. He'll have a matchup with Tory Meister in the round of 16, Walk.
Yeah, for sure. Perillo could kind of get his whole tour campaign starting from now, with this big result under his belt. And, a little bit unfortunate there for Matt Banting, but I think, he's going to push right through till the end of the year. He's looking super focused. He's got his dad with him down there helping him out a bunch. Obviously, I guess he's just kind of using his dad there just to kind of almost take that pressure off a bit and feel like you're almost at home.
So a smart plan for Banting and Perillo as Perillo takes him out. Before that, it was Caio Belli eliminating Tomas Hermes. We had Thiago Perez take out Heitor Alves at the start of the round of 24. And now we're into Timmy Reyes versus Frederico Moraes. You've seen a lot of Timmy in the past. You've seen a lot of Frederico, especially in this event. When you compare and contrast their styles, who are you kind of favoriting, if you can favorite one in conditions like this?
Yeah, this is a difficult heat. I think they're pretty evenly matched out here. Timmy, I would suggest would surf a little bit better in these smaller conditions. Federico being the bigger guy, the lot more heavier guy, but when you see Federico take off on waves, he does these small little setup turns and he throws buckets of water, and judges are going to love that anyway. He also likes to go to the end. Here we go. This is Timmy Reyes opening up his account.
He'll set this one up off the bottom. Reyes carves back in the pocket. Still has some momentum for a foam climb punch, but he's out. Good for one turn. He'll take the lead, and Moraes will have priority.
Yeah, just that first open carve. We've been seeing those wraps, a lot of those wraps from the regular footers throughout the event. Just all on rail, opening up those shoulders. They just look so nice and smooth. They're definitely my favorite turn to watch. But let's have a look here at that replay, Joe.
So Timmy Reyes getting the roll in from the whitewater. He just set up one big carve. He's able to hold his rail, then released it right when he got to the pocket. Late hit on the climb. He ends up falling. It's not going to be much of a score as he tries to build his rhythm. It's a 2.5 down to 23 minutes off the clock. Walk, it's been fun hanging out in South Africa. A lot of people are mentioning it's now their new favorite stop on tour for some of the new guys that are coming here for the first time to compete. We were talking to Captain Kai the other day about the bunny chow as one of his favorite local cuisines. If you had to recommend restaurants or places for people to eat that kind of has that local flavor, what are some of your favorite things to eat in your hometown?
Yes, some of the coolest places to eat are just like the super like sassy looking ones. They like you look at them from the outside like hell no, I'm not gonna go eat in there. But they got all that good authentic Indian food. I won't lie, I'm not the biggest fan of like Indian curry. My mother loves it. She makes a really good one, but I refuse to eat it. I like my meat, but bunny chow. It's quite a big thing over here in South Africa, and Durban makes the best curry. I'm guessing next to India. So
a solid one there. If you come down here, get a bunny chow, which is that curry inside of a bread bowl. Paddling into this one is Timmy Reyes. He has some speed. He's looking for the lip to hit. Jams it nice and tight off the top. He'll go over the top of the end section, but he can't hang on to the finish. Good for one turn. Started with a 2.5. You think he'll be a bit better on that second effort?
Yeah, for sure. Just a little bit unfortunate him coming unstuck on that second turn. That first opening gaff, through chunks of water. I love that. I like how he bounces through, as you see the replay, hopping into the open part of the section, and bang, big gaff, huge amount of spray, and then that second float. Kind of thought he would have ridden that one out. It seemed like the safer turn. A little bit unfortunate there for Timmy. I think if he had stuck that, there we go. It's a 3.5, basically just for that one turn alone, Joe.
So Timmy Reyes starting to build on his scoreline here. 2.5 and then a 3.5. Our co-commentator, Gig Selliers, was just upstairs with contest officials, and they were debating on how far they wanted to go with this round. And looks like news just in. This will be the last heat of the day. They'll cut this one in half, and we'll reset for another potential start later on in the round. Meanwhile, here goes Federico.
Here goes Federico, straight up to the bottom, straight off the top, 12 o'clock turn vertical, and bang, off that big rebound section. You almost see that the waves, they kind of like, they start really small, and then as they go down the line, they just chunk up, and that's how those guys are getting those big off the lip hits at the end section.
As we now look at 21 and a half off the clock, Federico getting a start. We'll take another look at the replay. to see if he'll be able to take the lead with this one.
Yeah, straight off the bottom, coming off really hard. You see how much bigger he is than someone like Timmy. So, when he gets his board out the way and he kind of cuts back, you can just see all that water coming out the back. And it's obviously just catching the judges' attention. They're loving it.
So we can see the rocks here. That's a common sight on this part of the coast, up here on the Dolphin Coast, as they call it here in Ballito. Those rocks kind of offer a pretty cool advantage for the sand to kind of build up right next to it and creates these amazing little right-hand setups. We're at the one called Surfers right out in front, but up and down the beach when the swell's pumping, you have a few different options right here.
Oh yeah, man. There's like 3 or 4 little bays here. As you said, they got those little rock groins. Those rock groins, sorry, that kind of go out to sea, and the sand kind of gets hugged in the corner there, and then as the tide kind of pushes it out, and that's where to the right of the tower. As we see here. This is the replay from. This is Federico again, straight off the bottom, bang, big vertical maneuver, and then that big closeout bang. No scores dropping just yet. I guess the judges are just having a look at that replay again.
So this one just getting started. Walk, we know there's a ton of talent in South Africa, and I think globally we always focus on the guys with success on the tour, either the QS or the WCT. If you could put any South African surfer on the WCT, if you were be able to give them a wild card, do you have a couple of guys that you think would be able to compete at the top level?
Oh yeah, 100%. My favorite surfer growing up, and he's actually been my main competition my whole life. It's always been Ricky Basnet, but I literally think he has even more talent than Geordie Smith. I'm not even joking. He's an amazing surfer in good ways. He's brilliant. He's been on the tour before. Like he's been on the CT. I think he surfed for 2 or 3 years. He started off really strong, and then I think his last year until he lost every single first heat. But I think he almost did that one on purpose. But he kind of just never really had the hunger. I don't know why. When he was a young kid growing up, he was really super focused and determined on doing well. Kind of seen when he kind of got on his own and went on tour, he kind of got over it. I think he kind of liked home a little bit more. But no jokes. As I said in one of the earlier days, that Dane Reynolds had said that Ricky Basnet was his favorite surfer to watch.
Amazing. As you look back on Mr. Price Pro history, Ricky Basnet won this contest back in 2006 using that crazy air game and that surprise off the top. It was fun to watch him qualify for the WCT. It was short-lived, but you never know when people post a comeback. There's been a lot of great comeback surfings in pro surfing history. Some of them are due to injuries, but sometimes you just lose focus on the task at hand, and it'd be great to see those unsung heroes back on the tour, showcasing their talent around the world, because South Africa has so much depth with their coastline, waves on offer. They have underground surf spots, but it seems like there's so many underground surfers that you would never know globally because they're not doing photo shoots. They're just going out trying to get the biggest barrel they can.
Yeah, for sure. Those are the guys that just kind of just love to be in the water. Guys like Frankie Oberholzer, I'm sure you all know, surfing on the Surge with Tom Curran, and people are like, who is this dude? And I was actually in J-Bay with him 2 weeks ago, and people were still like so blown away by the way he surfs. He's so candid, just the way he kind of takes off, like everything's so late and cool, and his arms are relaxed, and just the best style ever. The dude's like 45 years old and still would smoke majority of these dudes on tour.
Amazing when you look at that, and probably why he's still everyone's favorite surfer in South Africa, especially as we look forward to that next event, as we just started the South African leg here at the Mr. Price Pro. Good place to hang out downstairs on the beach. The water's warm, and it's a nice place to hang out throughout the day. It's wintertime here in South Africa, but it feels like a summer day anywhere else. Frederico drops a 5.83. That's the best number so far. Timmy Reyes is out in front with a 2.5 and a 3.5. So he has a small lead, but he's still looking for a better number. As we're putting Walk on the hot seat one more time, when we talk about South African talent, we're leading into this wave called Jeffreys Bay right after this one. Do you have a short list of maybe your top 5 best of all time memories of South Africans that you think surfed that right point break the best?
Yeah, for sure. Well, obviously, I think Geordie's definitely going to top that list. Probably the best surf I've ever seen there, South African or not. He's incredible out there, and I've watched him actually grow out there since a young little kid, since he was, 7 years old, coming down to J-Bay and surfing the points, and just getting more and more used to it. Nowadays, he's phenomenal out there. When people see him coming down for the lineup, it's like everyone leaves work to come watch Geordie surf, But, guys like Frankie, obviously Sean Holmes, they call him the Giant Killer. He took down AI, I think 2 or 3 times as a wild card. We know how frustrated Andy got, coming up against Sean. There's so many good, like local surfers, especially out of places like Jay. But the local guys there alone are really good. Warren Dean, he owns a Mexican down there. That's the place that we're going to be partying, Joe, coming up next week. But it's so funny. He's like, he parties all night and just rips all day. Like, he's incredible. He's like a middle-aged dude now. He's like 40 years old, but he still tears it up with the young guys. He's got such a cool head on his shoulders. And he was actually on tour long ago. And then I don't know if you remember, they had that J-Bay challenge, the Billabong challenge.
That's right.
Yeah, and he was the local wildcard surfer against Slater and Aki at like 15-foot J-Bay. And there's this, there's this little short, Warren Dean just backdooring these 10-foot like bombs, and everyone was like, dude, who is this guy?
Great looking back on all the great history here in South Africa. This is one of the great stops of Mr. Price Pro, formerly the Gunston 500, and then Jeffreys Bay. Those two major events really capture the essence of South African surfing. Totally different climates, totally different setups. Right now, we kind of have more of this beach break feel out front with some great sand bottom. We're down to 15 minutes on the clock. And judging on numbers on the beach walk from last year to this year, we've had a great attendance right here on the sand watching all these heats.
Yeah, since day one, the weather's been incredible. We here at school holidays, so a lot of younger guys here, younger people. You can see all the girls down there and all the boys flocking after all the girls. But at the same time, everyone's really interested in this event too. You see a lot of the young kids who normally just be running around going mad on the beach are actually sitting and watching the event. It just shows you how hard the level of surfing is and how exciting it is to watch.
And when you see the talent rise each and every year, it makes it fun. And some new names that are stepping up and getting their personal best results here this year at the Mr. Price Pro. We had Jordy and Julian in the final last year as an all-star final, two of the best surfers in the world going for the $40,000. We'll have a new champ this year. Here goes Frederico.
Bang! First open turn there, coming around. Oh, all these guys are just losing on that second turn. That first big turn was massive. You saw his fins coming free out there, and then keeping it in straight rail to rail into that next carve, then kind of just slipping.
So unfortunate for Frederico because he was on his way to another decent number. He started with a 5.83, and that one's going to be in the 3 range. He will take the lead off Timmy Reyes, though. Now, Timmy has first priority, but he's going to hold his position. You can see that wave just kind of warbling throughout the back. There's a lot of peaks that pop up, and at first sight, it looks like they might be a good one. But you can see why wave selection is so critical. It's not always the biggest wave that's going to be the best out there. Yep. Paddling now. Here goes Timmy Walk.
Nice looking Setcha. There's that open carve that we like to see from Timmy. He's going to look for another power section. And then, bang! It's another second turn gone. So a little bit unfortunate there for Timmy Reyes. But we've seen it. We saw it happen last year too. But what I want to say is that, Timmy, what was the year that Timmy actually got third at J-Bay?
Yeah, it's a good question, Walker. Digging back in memory, it's been a few years now. I almost want to say 2009 as we look at the replay from Frederico.
Yeah, I like that first open turn. It kind of seemed like a check turn, but as I was saying how big he is, it's a massive off the top, and his fins are blowing out the back. Sometimes, I don't even think these guys realize how much power they have and how much water they're actually throwing because, they can't see what's happening behind them. But yeah, as we're talking about Timmy, he was pretty much one of the best guys I've ever seen at J-Bay, who was kind of a rookie on tour,
Yeah, it was really insane. It could have been 08 as we reflect back on this last decade. Here's Frederico floating the first section, comes to the inside corner, throws up one final blast, and he's trying to hang on, violently paddling to try to ride that one out to completion. He knows how hard it is to be getting in that second turn, and it could be vital to improve on his 2.93.
Yeah, for sure. He needs to drop that 2.93. He's kind of sitting sweet with that 5.03. I think we have a quick little replay here. It's a bigger wave. Comes nice off the bottom. Big open face crack. Kind of floats it in that almost like massive foam climb re-entry. Trying to hold on. And I don't know if we can call that a complete maneuver.
Yeah, he's really trying to force the issue there. They've been pretty critical on what it means to complete a ride. If there's any doubt that you didn't have control, usually it doesn't go your way, and it's a fair system. They've been consistent with that, so you can kind of tell if you're going to get the score or not. They want to see you ride out with control, have some rhythm towards the beach, and if you're on your back foot on the top of the whitewater, you'll get a small score, and we're starting to see small numbers coming in once again for Frederico.
He has this open face carve that, I love how he opens it. He's using that wall so nicely and then kind of losing it a little bit, losing the speed, and then nose picks down the bottom and just losing that wave, only getting a 2.33. But Joe, what I was looking at, is that a lot of guys have been losing on that last turn because it's such a big solid section on that sandbank. But as soon as those guys make that turn and the wave actually breaks, you notice how the water goes really deep all of a sudden. So it's kind of hard to stay on the wave. That's why a lot of these maneuvers aren't complete.
A very interesting breakdown because that's kind of what's been happening all day, Walk. A lot of tough inside section maneuvers, some violent wipeouts, a few broken boards today. We saw Marlon Lipke break his board in half earlier. Even though it's not huge, it bottoms out. It's super shallow, and it makes for a pretty tough one. That's why Dylan Perillo had such a massive score on his huge closeout hack that he had to eliminate one of the best surfers this year, Matt Banting. As we now look at our top 10 is completely wiped out on the QS. Tomas Hermes was in at number 7. He was just eliminated in heat number 2. So we could have a whole new top 10 after this event's over.
Yeah, interesting there. Kind of when you need those points and you put that pressure on yourself, you don't know how to make it in heat. So it's a little bit unfortunate for those guys. But just looking at this round of 24 here, these first 4 heats, they've all been kind of evenly matched. As we just look at live surfing, yeah, just I was going to say, they all kind of evenly match in their own way. Like, as I said, Matt and Dylan, very, very similar surfers. I think Tim and Federico also kind of similar surfers. Here we see Timmy go live. Bang! Nice fin free. Oh, he's surfing so nice in the pocket there. Just the last one. Okay, ride it out. There we go. So 3 good turns there from Timmy. I love that second turn.
Well, it's an interesting breakdown when you look at that draw. Tiago, Heitor, you can see both with CT experience going head-to-head. They had a similar rhythm in that opening heat. Back to this one. What'd you like about Timmy's wave?
That first blowout was nice. He came out with so much pressure, and then there we go. He uses that whole pocket so nicely, opens those shoulders, and then just that quick, safe flow to end. But it is putting the number 3 maneuver in there.
So Timmy Reyes trying to fight back. He needs a 5.61 to take the lead off of Frederico Moraes. Frederico made headline news last year when he took out Kelly Slater in a very important event in Portugal at Super Tubos in front of his hometown crowd, which sent the world title race down to pipeline. As we look at the replay once again for the judges for Timmy Reyes here.
Yeah, just quick pivots there through the lip. So much speed and power. He comes out there with so much speed, and there we go, straight back into that big carve, letting the tail go, and then kind of loses a little bit of speed. But this is the last section. As we see how it dumps there, a bit of a smaller wave, so he kind of rode out of it nicely. That's going to definitely be one of his better waves of the heat.
So Timmy getting close to the score that he needs. He needs a 5.61 to take the lead. 2 scores in that say no, 1 score in that says yes. So it looks like a split decision from the panel. 1 more to decide it. It is enough. A 5.83 for Timmy Reyes. He takes the lead. Frederico Moraes down to second, who now needs a 3.5. Is really close there for Timmy Reyes to getting the score, Walk.
Yeah, here we go. They're both holding 5.83. So, whoever gets, I guess, the second better wave is going to take this heat. That's how it looks so far. We're coming down to the 8-minute mark, so time has gone quite fast. Not as many waves ridden as the past few heats.
As we now see a pop-up peak down the wave for Timmy without priority. He'll check out a left-hander, deep bottom turn. Nice snap to start. Drops in with more speed, more vertical on the second section. Carves it down just to complete it. 3 solid backside snaps on a rare left-hander.
Yeah, interested to see him getting 3 turns out of a left. We haven't seen that all week. I'd like to see that replay again, but he looks like he's throwing a lot of water out the back. We haven't seen Timmy. I know Timmy's got an incredible backhand, surfing waves like lower tresses and that, so he knows what to do. But let's take a look at that replay again.
Let's see how Timmy goes. Trying to better a 3.5. We saw him opt for the left-hander. As we see him on the inside getting back up, there's rocks that are coming towards you when you check out some of the lefts that are really close, but he looked like he had plenty of space and room to belt off 3 major turns, and he'll be extending his lead. And let's break this one down, Walk.
Here we go. So he did look right. Now I'm going left, throwing that big bucket of spray, and then quickly vertical, that 12 o'clock maneuver. And then he kind of digs it a bit here, but he pulled it through. Timmy fresh on the Firewires. Has he been riding for Firewire for a while now?
Yeah, he has. He made a switch to them a couple of years back at least. You saw him back in the day. He was on Timmy Patterson's quite a bit, but Firewires have kind of been his board of choice. And he's such an amazing schedule as he drives up to the Northwest in the United States to surf some cold water slabs that would haunt a lot of people. And he'll go and surf by himself, and he's trying to invite people to come with him. But the waves he's surfing are not for everybody. He's an absolute
for sure.
charger.
We know Timmy's a little bit crazy like that. I think we were chatting about it yesterday, how, there'll be a massive swell hitting Mexico, and he'll just roll up ASAP. I'm saying ASAP, that's the South African's term, meaning on his own.
Oh, we have that one too.
ASAP?
Oh, ASAP. No, we don't have that. I thought you said ASAP.
Oh, no, like ASAP, like on your own. But, he'll truck up there alone, like 10 hours, wherever, like those big right-hand barrels on. He'll go park his car on the beach and just go surf like 10-foot close-out cold water slabs, by himself.
It's crazy to be that adventure spirit like Timmy Reyes. Fell off the tour, but didn't lose his stride and his love for surfing. He's still in the mix, one of the best surfers in the world. He did improve walk on the left. Got a 5.6. Frederico doesn't mean much. A 5.61 will put him back into the lead with 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go. One-on-one heats are fun to watch. You see how they can just change this whole feeling of the lineup. Back when you had 4 guys starting in the round of 96, we went down to 3 the round before. It's a totally different picture in this one-on-one format.
Yeah, for sure. It's totally like, I almost like to think it's more of a head game here when you're surfing man-on-man. It's a little bit difficult. I didn't really enjoy man-on-man too much for some reason, but I think I got to learn. The more times you get to surf it, the more you start to learn. But it's all about putting pressure. Do you sit and wait and be that patient guy who does the waiting game, or do you just kind of build on scores, like stuff like Jordan that do, who kind of, they want to start small and then build up, but they catch like 8 or 9 waves of heat.
Well, it's interesting because you can kind of mention the one-on-one heats where you can kind of psych each other out a little bit more, get in each other's heads. One former tour competitor that's one of the team managers now, Matt Benrose, kind of admitted the other day, back at the Vulcan Pipe Pro actually a while back, he said when he was in a heat, he'd do whatever it takes to get in somebody's head. He'd say there was a shark in the lineup. He'd scream at them when they did their first turn walk. Did you ever do things like that when you needed to score?
No, I was pretty mellow like that. I've never really taken things too far before. But Benrose is so funny, man. He kills me. He is honestly one of the funniest dudes I've ever met. You can't take him seriously. I was chatting to Geordie's coach the other day, Jared House, and he was saying to me, he was like, because he used to travel with him, so he's like, okay, he has live surfing.
Timmy Reyes carving down to the bottom, little inside corners. He racks another front hand turn. Closeout section was super tricky. He tried to hit it, but he's down, and his situation might not be changing in the lead here at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to drop that 5.6. There's a good chance. It was 2 nice open gaps, but they were the kind of the same maneuver. Let's check the replay here again. First one, crack. Look how fast he's coming out of that turn, and then here we go again, bang. The last turn's coming a little bit unstuck, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting score there. But yeah, as I was saying about Matt Benrose, Jared Howes used to travel with him, and he reckons, like, even if he was being serious, he's so funny all the way. So he reckons, like, an hour or 2 before his heat, he had to run away from Matt because you just fully take him off surfing, So it's like, even if you're traveling with him and he's your best mate, you're like, I need my away time from this guy.
King of the head game and one of the favorite guys to talk to behind the scenes. Still such a solid surfer as we go back to a replay of Frederico Moraes getting a little 2-turn combination right in front of Timmy Reyes.
Yeah, the last turn was really nice. Smashed that thing off the lip really hard. You saw the fins coming out. The first turn, more of a check turn, quite flat. Almost looked like he was setting it up for that big finish.
So a nice afternoon here at the Mr. Price Pro Ballito. If you're just joining us, this is the final heat of the day. Just a few more minutes on the clock as Frederico Moraes is trying to turn the tables on Timmy Reyes to get a spot into the round of 16. The winner of this heat moves on to surf against Christian Kimmerson later on in this event. With conditions like this, Christian Kimmerson is a haunting draw at this stage.
Yeah, no doubt. He's for sure the danger man. We saw his heat yesterday. I think he pulled about six airs in his heat, and I think he landed every single one of them.
So Christian on fire. Tori Meister already on deck to surf with Dylan Perillo. Caio Abelli has a matchup with Felipe Toledo. Another all-Brazilian draw for Caio as he took out Tomas Hermes earlier today. Davey Cathles from North Narrabeen will have a heat with Tiago Perez as those matchups are starting to heat up, getting a little bit closer to the quarterfinals. And today is just July 3rd. We have all the way till July 6th to finish this event. We haven't had a single day off, and now contest officials like Colin Fitch have plenty of room to really pick the best parts of the day to run the finals.
Yeah, for sure. We got 3 days remaining. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we got another 3 days remaining. We definitely going to be using the best of the best waves throughout the remaining 3 days and get the surfers in the best conditions. Yeah, we're down to almost 16 servers remaining. 16 the best surfers. I won't lie to you, this is probably one of the best, most exciting events I've ever seen.
It's been so fun to watch. We're down to the final minute here with Frederico still needing a 5.6. His last wave was a 4.73. So our surfer from Portugal facing elimination against Timmy Reyes from USA. One more minute on the clock, and let's see if he gets a final chance to try to turn the corner on this heat. Once again, remember, if you're watching locally, the concert series begins here at the Mr. Price Pro. It'll be 3 nights of concerts and music, which has been a really fun tradition at the Mr. Price for the last few years.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't really got to do it much. I haven't. Last year, I think I might have gone to J-Bay early to watch the event. But I heard there's a bunch of great DJs, a bunch of great bands and artists coming to play. I'm actually staying right next to where the concert is, and there's a huge setup there. So, I think it's pretty cool for everyone. It's all ages. Bring your families down. Bring lots of girls for me.
And it's going to be a good time. 35 seconds. Timmy takes off on one. Didn't even start braking. He just stepped on it. Kicks out. Freddie Marias with priority, needing a 5.6, but he's running out of time walk.
Here we go. This could be his last chance. He needs a 5.6.
Freddie looking for it, driving down the line. He's going to hack the closeout section. It's not going to give him anything else. He shakes his head, and he knows that it's not going to be enough. Timmy Reyes takes out Frederico Marias to move on to the round of 16.
Yeah, a little unlucky then, unfortunate for Federico. Here goes Timmy Reyes. I think we're going to see a big puncher. Oh! Just imagine he stuck that. That would have been the biggest one of the week.
Going for a huge whip off the top. Timmy Reyes celebrating. It almost feels like the return of Timmy Reyes. We saw him on a roll back in the day on the Star and Prime Series when he qualified for the WCT. He spent a few seasons off, but he still kept his name in the mix, still keeps a top seed, donning the mustache and the Wild Dew. It's going to be great to see him later in these rounds.
Looking like Wild Bull out there.
As we now look at the final replay of the last of Timmy Reyes coming through with a great victory. It was a challenging heat compared to the last. They had a lot more opportunity, and this is just Timmy flying away.
Yeah, just doing the glory run there. Full, massive rotation. Lands back on his feet, but, in the trough, that could have been actually quite dangerous. We saw what happened to David DeCarmo early on today.
So wild talent in Timmy Reyes as he moves on to the next one. And we've got a lot accomplished on this day of competition. After a couple delays in the call, we finally got an 11 o'clock start. We were able to finish the last 4 heats of the non-elimination round. And we finally got into the one-on-one format. So today we had to say goodbye to Heitor Alves, Tomas Hermes, Matt Banting, and also Frederico Marias. We will take a quick break and we'll wrap up the day right after this. Thanks for watching the Mr. Price Pro Ballito, an exciting day of action as we are moving through the rounds. We don't have much left in the contest. We're getting close to the final series. Some of the round of 16 heats are already stacked up and ready to go. Joe Chappelle alongside Warwick Wright, local boy here in Durban, calling this event one of his favorites that he's watched in a long time due to some of the dynamic performances of the world's best. For you, looking at the highlight reel we had on today's action, do you have a standout performer, an overall performer, overall maneuver that's still leaving a good impression in your mind?
Yeah, well, look, I don't think I'm ever going to stop talking about Felipe's aerials. I don't think I'm ever going to stop talking about Felipe. I think I was dreaming about him last night. But, yeah, Dylan Perillo. I think Dylan Perillo today was my standard. I knew that was going to be the heat of the day. Great heat from both of those guys. Both got good careers ahead of them. And, yeah, what about you?
Yeah, looking at that heat, that was an insane performance. And Kyle Belli, I like that he's still in motion. He was the guy that started off the roll in the first heat of the morning in the round of 96. He's also the first heat of the round of 48 and the no loser round. So he's kind of always been setting the pace. He's had some challenges with heats, finding the right boards. He said his board felt a little funny, but he's still liking the way it feels. He said it's a little different, but he's going to stick to it. And I think just that formula, the journeyman going from round to round, learning a lot from each heat, if he can just peak at the right time on the finals day, he could end up with a major win this year.
Yeah, for sure. Kaio, what I've noticed about him, he's a really good all-round surfer. I saw that air he did today. It was unbelievable. It was so high. The way he tweaked his board and he rode it out and made it look like nothing. His carve game is off the top game. He's a great barrel rider. That's why he's a world junior champion. And that's going to be an interesting one because I think he's going to go into Felipe Toledo's heat.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that one's going to go. We have an exciting finish to the day. We'll hear from Timmy Reyes downstairs with Andy Van Zyl.
Hey guys, I'm here with Timmy Reyes. He's just won the final heats of the day. Timmy, it looked a little bit challenging out there. What was your heat like?
Yeah, it definitely started off really slow, and if I start off slow, it's generally not good. And I just try my best out there, and my competitor is a really good surfer, and I watch him all year, and he's got what it takes to beat me. So, yeah, just ride some waves and hopefully keep making it through. And I'm just stoked to surf, actually.
And with the change of conditions, how did you prepare yourself for your heat today?
Actually, I woke up late, then had a nap.
Oh, so you were really taking it quite slow.
Really slow today, kind of like my heat, but I'm just super stoked I made it, and yeah, can't wait for tomorrow.
Well, Timmy, it was really great watching you surf out there. It's going to be an interesting next few days, and well done for qualifying through. Thanks, Timmy.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Andy Van Zyl, doing a great job on the beach with some funny Californians. She had a fun time with Dylan Perillo's interview, and Timmy Reyes with us a day in slow motion, and it affected his heat. He had the same roll, started off really slow, but the best news for Timmy, he ended up on top after the horn sounded.
Yeah, we've got a funny bunch of surfers. These dudes, they're characters, eh? That one with Dylan Perillo, he didn't give Andy much. She was trying to feed him, but he wasn't biting. But just another great day of competition, and for tomorrow.
So looking forward to it. Check out the draw on ASPWorldTour.com to pick out your favorite heats. We'll probably be checking in around 7 o'clock local time for that official statement if we will be running first thing in the morning. For now, we'll say goodbye. For Warwick Wright, I'm Joe Turpel. The rest of the crew here at Mr. Price, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.